Good morning. Welcome to the third day of the IESBA December board meeting. Thank you all for being on time after the intensive day, to say the least, that we had yesterday. I hope that you all had the opportunity to recover some energy and get some rest or fun or whatever. We still have a few things to do in the rest of the week, and namely today. But before I give the floor to Mark Babington to continue the presentation of the proposals of Workstream 1 on independent standards for sustainability assurance, I'd like to thank you all for the contributions yesterday. I think that we had one of those moments at this board where, even if we were not all in agreement, all the voices were heard, and as far as I understand, everybody managed to make a significant contribution, which will have impact and will be reflected in the final decision. So thank you very much. This is exactly what is expected from this board. Also, a good discipline, I must say. We managed to finish before the scheduled time. So happy what's happening here. Please keep your strategic approach to the discussions, discipline, focus, and without further ado, on my side, Mark, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriella. We have one section that we wanted to go through this morning, which is around the value chain. But before we embark on that, I just wanted to take a few moments with Sylvia to run you through a couple of slides to explain where the task force got to last night in terms of the way in which we're seeking to reflect on the board's feedback and the direction that we got yesterday. And I think one of the things that the task force was struck by is that we need to have something that is simple to operationalize. And we recognize that that is a particular challenge. So we did a bit of recasting of what we proposed to do, which I just want to set out for you now. So we talked yesterday through section 5405 and 5406, and where the task force got to last night is effectively, we will use section 5405 to apply to a group situation where you have got entities within the group boundary where the group sustainability practitioner is able to carry out direction, supervision and review. So where you have DSR, 5405 will apply. And that should give clarity over the requirements that will need to be followed in that situation. And as I say, Sylvia's got the slides that show how that works. So section 5405 applies where there is DSR. Section 5406 will now apply within the group entity for components where there is not DSR. So therefore, we've separated out where you have DSR and where you don't have DSR, and that gives us the sort of clarity. And therefore, within the section 5406, we're still leveraging the know or have reason to believe concept as a way of testing independence. And then that sort of made us think, how are we going to cope in the context of independence requirements for the value chain? Because we realize that this is particularly challenging. And also we took on board the feedback from board members that we don't want to create something which has such high standards of independence that no one can actually do the work. So what we're now proposing is there will be a new section 5407 which will apply to independence in the value chain. So rather than having as was previously proposed, 5405 or 5406 applying dependent on your circumstances, we now have one section, a new section 5407, which will apply to asking a question about the independence of someone providing information from the value chain on which you rely as the group sustainability leader. It doesn't matter whether it's subject to DSR or not, because it's only effectively one question to say, in order to place reliance on this work, is that individual or is that firm independent in accordance with Part 5 of the code? And then effectively what we've also done is leveraged what we sort of saw as a backstop provision in section 5700 as currently drafted, which is, are there any other circumstances that you know or have reason to believe of that you should also bring to the attention of that group sustainability practitioner? So what the task force believes that does is create a much simpler route to navigate, because effectively it says, if you're placing reliance on the work of a component auditor, do you have DSR or do you not have DSR? And that structures you either down 5405 or 5406. And then recognizing that the value chain is almost a different question, a different ask, because what you're asking is for the provision of information to support reporting by the entity from the value chain. There is a single, simpler requirement that applies regardless of the relationship with who's providing that information in respect to the value chain. And we believe that will help address the concerns of some of the board members, that what we were doing is, in particular with 5406, getting into quite a confusing thing. And I do take the sort of point that was raised yesterday of, here are our 28 questions that we've now got to go and ask. You've got that in a more standard construct where you are placing reliance on the work of a component assurance provider. But in respect to the value chain, you now have a much simpler construct. So what we're going to do on the back of that, and that's why I wanted to report this back to the board today, is that Sylvia and Keith will work up the drafting for 5407, which will actually be a very short section. And as a result, any references to the value chain will come out of 5406. And that will help to make those three sections rather more focused, and I hope rather more straightforward to implement than what we discussed yesterday, where obviously there was some challenge from board members about practically how is this going to work when we have to ask firms to operationalize it. So I realise that that's sort of quite a sort of significant lump to throw into the middle of the table first thing on a Wednesday morning, but hopefully that will help address some of the feedback from the board. And I think, what we will do is we'll work up the drafting accordingly so we can circulate that ahead of the virtual session that we've got for the board next week. So if I pause there, Gabriella, and offer a chance for any sort of immediate feedback, and I realise that people haven't seen the words, but actually at a high level, I think the task force was quite comforted that there was a simpler way through.
Thank you very much, Mark. And yes, we have people wanting to provide comments. And the first one is Christelle.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think it's a very good idea to get out of the wall we were yesterday. I just draw attention to the fact that the value chain entity is not one entity. Okay, that the practicality of asking to which entities, I suppose, based on what would be defined by the assurance work, to ask if they perform, if they are independent based on the Part 5 criteria is a good question and simple. I agree. Do we have to address what if they do not answer, which was one of the elements? For example, a big energy company has a ESG report, has an independent assurance work done on it, and aside of that is offering to its customer access to databases or charts or whatever, which give them the information on their share of CO2 emission, for example. Okay, so you do not have the information relating to the group, the assured group, which is specifically sent to your client with and on which you can ask for a certification or an assurance or confirmation. But I suppose that this big energy firm would make sure there is some kind of assurance on the type of databases and the way the information is produced for the use of the customers. You see what I mean? So multiple clients to serve with information. I think it's going to happen that way most of the time.
And I think that we've got something that does reflect that. Like, firstly, I think within the explanatory memorandum, we need to be very clear in respect to the value chain. Vanya's comment yesterday, which is value chain reporting is only in respect of material entities. You know, it's things that are material in reporting to the value chain. So in terms of any ask of any provider of information, it will be in respect of material elements only. But what this is it is where you are placing reliance on a party to provide information, a confirmation or assurance. And then obviously, if people don't provide any assurance in respect to that, we're back in the normal situation where if no assurance is provided, then you have an issue over what you can place reliance on. But this helps us in terms of, you know, and I think one of the points for us is that we've got to bring out within the explanatory memorandum the importance of the materiality lens in the context of value chain reporting, that it is not every last thing.
If I may just say that in the case I was exposing here, the issue is the reliability you can have on the information produced by this value chain entity and the way your client is using this information to produce his own information, right? But on the question of independence, we might argue that if this information is produced for thousands of customers, the question of the independence of the assurance provider to that big energy company is not the problem. Yeah. Because it's not influencing. It's not material. Yeah. Yeah. It's not influencing potentially, probably. Even if the information that your client receives is important for him, it is diluted in a standardized information production by the supplier. Yeah, you see what I mean?
I do, but we've also got to remember that part of that falls within the scope of the IEESB's work on the assurance, and that's something that we'll ensure is communicated back to them so that they can reflect on it. But we do now have an operable framework, I believe, for that independence consideration. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Laurie.
Look, having not read the text, I'll reserve comment for the specifics, but one, thank you very much for taking away the comments yesterday, which I think were very heartfelt. And I think that I'm most appreciative of thinking about this in a practical way that is actually implementable, because sometimes the great is the enemy of the good. And it felt yesterday during the conversation, that's what we were circling around, something that might have been, you know, very difficult. So looking forward to seeing the language, but thank you for taking that on and making an attempt to simplify it while still keeping the essence of what you're trying to accomplish.
Thank you, Laurie. and Mark and task force. Luigi, please.
And thank you, Mar, for anticipating this outcome. If I understand correctly, the direction of travel, I think that this is a positive outcome. It was one of the alternative I offered yesterday, of course. So I'm happy with that. I'm still a bit, probably it's me, so sorry for that, because I understood before this amendment that the two sections were already on DSR without DSR, the second having both the organizational entity, boundary entity, and the value chain. You said that even this approach DSR, not DSR, changed, but so I will need to read the text how it was changed, because I think it was already in this way. But let's say that's fine. We will read the text afterwards. The fact to have differentiated the approach is positive. I agree with that. I think that still, while drafting this alternative, you need to consider some matters. I'm probably repeating what I said yesterday, and sorry for that. So first of all, I think that for all the reasons we explained yesterday, we discussed yesterday, and also Christelle was explaining now, I think that you should consider the possibility to rely on an attestation of independence issued in a general use report by the other practitioner without forcing the sustainability assurance practitioner who intend to rely on this report to obtain a confirmation. Because these would basically, in most of the cases, bring us exactly at the same point as we discussed yesterday. So this should be one of the options in order to allow the sustainability assurance provider really to make reliance on this report elsewhere. Otherwise, I think in most of the situation, we will have the same issue. Second, just repeating what Christelle was saying, in most of the cases, the relationships between the other practitioner and the sustainability assurance client are not relevant because, let's say, basically they would perform this work not considering a specific user, but just considering their assured entity. So I don't think that in the new section, this will be included because otherwise we will come back exactly at the situation previous this proposal. So the proposal will not innovate the matter as intended. So I urge the task force to consider these and not to require the other practitioner to consider the sustainability assurance client. And therefore, if you go on this line, I think that a number of critical areas that I discussed yesterday would be probably resolved. As I mentioned yesterday, with respect to this approach, I had a number of issues, most of which are in order to make this section operable, effectively operable. But I also was of the view that there were means to solve this matter. And I think this is the right directions, but you also need to consider the details if you would like really to allow a sustainability assurance practitioner to be in a position to make reliance on the work of another practitioner. Elsewhere, if we do not consider this point, at the end, we will be as we was at the beginning of this process.
No, thanks, Luigi. And you know, we did also sort of touch on in our discussions, including a question or including something within the consultation along those lines. I think we're all mindful of the fact that when we go out to consult, we want something that gives us the ability to flex. And it might be that, as you say, you end up with something that is very much more like your attestation, but we don't want to start with something that then we can't change without going through any sort of re-exposure. So we will need to frame our questions and do that in a way that maximizes our flexibility. And I realize it's quite hard to have the discussion when we haven't given you the words yet. But all the words aren't yet on the page. But you know, they will, in respect of section 5407, provide a much cleaner way without having to consider all of the moving parts that were previously there within what was discussed yesterday within 5406. So, you know, we'll work on those, and maybe one of the things that we'll think about, Ken, is whether or not we can share at an early stage 5405, 5406, 5407 with board members, so that they have a little more time to look at the wording of that when we're happy with where we've got to.
Thank you, Mark. Angie, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the task force, and thank you for that. And indeed, I won't talk about language I haven't seen. So I just talk conceptually as you invited me to, as you invited us all to do, Mark. Just a couple of thoughts. I'm not sure they're necessarily connected, but just as that deal with this topic, is the first one that is extremely challenging for us all is the value chain and the report. The assurance provider is going to provide assurance on a report of management, and management is going to get their information from a variety of sources, including their own books and records, as well as the intersection they have with the companies they do business with, that they have a nexus with in the value chain. And those value chain members are going to be, the value chain participants are going to provide that information to the reporting entity, this reporting entity, just like a customer provides information about their creditworthiness to a company about whether or not their receivable is collectible or not. And the members of management need to determine how they can consider the information provided by those outsiders in producing their financial statements. And this will have to be the same way in producing their sustainability report. So what I'm getting at is that the value chain information is something that's first going to stop for a visit with the members of management of the reporting entity. It's going to be subject to their controls, and those charged with governance are going to have to deal with it. They're going to have to deal with it. How do we rely on it? Is this the correct information? Is this what we need to conform to our reporting framework, just like they do for financial statements? So without getting too much into what I think the assurance framework will be, because a lot of this is assurance frameworky sort of stuff, is that those people offering assurance are going to have to determine how they study and evaluate those control systems, what sort of sufficient appropriate audit evidence they look at. And if they look at what I think we're referring to as value chain information, maybe they confirm it directly with the value chain. That's a decision they make as assurance providers, just like it's a decision assurance provider makes to confirm information directly with customers of a financial statement company. But it's going to, my point is, it's going to first go to the reporting entity, and the reporting entity is going to have a sensible reason, should have a sensible reason for good governance reporting as to why they're putting it in their assurance report. So I sometimes hear these discussions about value chain information and the assurance provider as if it's information that's finding its way on this report via the assurance provider. I don't think it is. I think it's going to have to go to the reporting entity first. And a lot of that will have to be sorted out when the reporting framework is sorted out, and it's going to have to be sorted out by the assurance framework. So again, I haven't seen the words, but I heard the words of that value chain assurance providers might be providing information on which this reporting our sustainability assurance practitioner will rely. The notion of forgive me, but I do believe the notion of whether or not the firm signing that assurance report on the sustainability relies on something is an assurance concept, not one that's an ethical construct. I mean, I'm not even sure in ISA 600 or in the revised 600, the whole notion of relying that as a word. Now, again, I haven't seen the words, and so that's the only word I heard. So I have to kind of respond to that. I think they use the information, and I don't think they rely on the information. I'm not sure that's even a concept. And so I'm also trying to sort through just the notion of something that could be. By the way, I'm with Luigi that I think bifurcating or trifurcating these things is better. So that's good, but I'm trying to get my head around the concept that something could, on one hand, be a component, and on the other hand, we don't have direct supervision and review of it. I'm just trying to absorb that because I'm not sure those two concepts necessarily go together. In other words, I don't think it's a component, but I mean, our definition of a component is something which is determined by the auditor for purposes of performing audit or assurance procedures. So, so the things that initially concern me are, to summarize, and I'm sorry, I don't have words to deal with, so I'm kind of shooting around at stuff, is this notion of reliance on the value chain auditor, because I think that's an assurance concept. And I'm just being cautious about that. And also the notion of that it's not going to be a naked reliance or reliance. It's going to have to be something that's going to come from the reporting entity themselves. But again, I'm you asked for my initial reaction, so I'm giving you my initial reactions, but I'm looking forward to seeing the words and working it all through. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy. And you know, absolutely agree with you that we are right on the line between what is an assurance engagement within the scope of the IEESB's project and our rather different obligation, which is where a practitioner wants to place or wants to use the work of another party, what do they need to do in terms of satisfying themselves of independence? And it may be rather different when that materiality lens in the concept of some of the value chain reporting examples is provided. But hopefully, and as I say, we will sort of obviously look to provide the wording, then we'll be able to make sure that we've got something that does address some of the concerns that were raised yesterday. So if we can deal with a couple more questions, Gabriella, and then I want to move on because I want to cover 5700. We also want to cover a couple of items in the glossary, and I also want to just cover conforming amendments.
Okay, so let's try to take 2 or 3 questions at the same time, and then you'll respond. Okay, Vanya, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the task force. I think that the solution that you found is very, very good, because when we try to have many different things at the same topic, we have to accommodate the wording in order to serve everything. So to segregate and form the session 5407, I think would be a solution, because you'll be able to get the wording addressing exactly the main topic here. According to Luigi's comments, my perception so far regarding the reporting of the value chain, I had the opportunity of being judged in some entrepreneur awards back in Brazil last week. And these young generation that are very technological, advanced, they are developing some kind of tools that go to the supplier and extract the information, and it enters directly in the system of the company that is reporting. Then you are right, and the information will be given to the reporting entity. And the trouble for the auditors will be to provide, to test this system and see that it is reliable. So we are discussing things that the world is still finding solution for them. And I understand that in the future it will be quite simple for us to get this kind of information, because it will be the ordinary way of preparing and providing information for the market. So I'm quite happy with what is being proposed right now.
Thank you, Vanya. Of course, it also poses lots of challenges and questions to the preparers themselves. It's not only for the auditor, but for the preparer to address that information in a proper way. Anyway, Rich.
Thank you, Mark. I will just, obviously we want to see the text, but I think adding on to things that have been said, it sounds like what you're describing is going to make it easier for a reader to understand this, and I think that's helpful. Just a point of clarification on 5407, as the slide shows it up there. Are you the value chain, the sustainability assurance provider for the value chain will either confirm or somehow indicate that they did follow Part 5 as it related to the value chain entity still?
So in a sense, the one question is the provider of the information independent in accordance with Part 5?
Of the value chain entity, right? Are you also, though, asking the value chain, the sustainability assurance provider? I wasn't clear, and I may have just misunderstood what you said. The provider of the sustainability assurance provider for the value chain entity, are they also going to have to assert known or reason to believe as it relates to the group?
No, they're not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rich and Mark. And finally, Vanya, before Ken.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say, I really like where you've landed with this. I just wanted to ask if you have considered the possibility of making the requirement one for a negative confirmation, whereby the other practitioner would only have to respond in case they have reason to believe that there is, they are not independent. Maybe that would make it more workable, unless that particular value chain entity is assessed to be very material. Just something.
Indeed, a fair question. I suppose it again comes back to Vanya's point of yesterday, which is we're only expecting value chain entities to report in where they are material. So, you know, in a sense, this is very much something that applies to the most significant top slices of that value chain. And you know, as I say, you know, I'm always open to what comes out of the other side of a consultation, but in a sense, we need to consult on a high watermark with the opportunity to lower, because we can't consult on a low watermark and then raise. So you know, it's something we can bear in mind, and it's something we can frame in the context of the questions that we ask. But I think, you know, if we sort of think about it from the perspective of materiality, it probably is a reasonable place to start. But we can ask questions to see whether or not, firstly, is it going to be operable? And secondly, is it an appropriate level to set? So, you know, it's a useful prompt for us.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mark. And I think that we are, sorry, Paul.
Thank you. If anything, it's just maybe to build on Rania's question. That we have had this running flag on what if they don't respond? Doesn't that address this concern about the materiality assessment may not be made and they may not respond? So can we just say respond if it's a negative assurance, rather than if it's a I'm not independent, rather than to confirm I'm independent? It seems to fix a lot of problems, just to understand.
It potentially does, but in a sense, those are IASB's problems to fix. Because if for instance, in the example you asked, Paul, if someone was to give a negative response or not respond, then that would be a matter for the IAASB about whether or not they then thought it was appropriate to use that work in the assurance engagement. So it is our job to provide a framework to make that assessment. It is the IAASB's job to decide whether or not that is an acceptable level of assurance, or, you know, in Andy's term, you know, sort of someone providing the engagement leader with sufficient appropriate audit evidence in order to be able to use it. But it is something that we continue to pick up with the IAASB, because we can't afford for there to be a gap between our two approaches.
Right. Thank you very much, Paul and Mark. And finally, Ken.
Thank you, Gabriele. I just wanted to maybe go back to Luigi's earlier comment about considering, or at least exploring, the possibility of relying on an assertion, and I'd probably use the word assertion instead of attestation, an assertion of independence from the assurance practitioner who's carried out the work at the value chain entity. And I just want to clarify, Luigi, if you had in mind that this would be either the assertion of independence or what Workstream 1 is proposing, which is a positive confirmation of independence, because the former presumes or presupposes that the assurance practitioner, the value chain entity, would have performed the assurance work, first of all, in accordance with Part 5, and secondly, that the assurance work actually meets precisely the needs or the purposes of the sustainability assurance practitioner who's actually doing the overall reporting. So in other words, the stars need to align to be able to place reliance on an assertion of independence, and maybe that's an option Workstream 1 can consider. But is it either or should we consider the reliance on assertion as an option if indeed, as I said, the stars are aligned, the work that's been done is in accordance with Part 5, in compliance with the independence requirements in Part 5, and essentially the reporting practitioner can go ahead and place reliance.
The starting point of my concern is the fact that we do not have a one-to-one relationship usually in this respect. We have value chain entities that are assured in order to provide reliable information to a number of users. And therefore, my concern is that if the other practitioner receive an awful number of requests to confirm independence, he will never respond. If I was the practitioner, I would never respond to thousands of sustainability assurance practitioners that ask me to confirm something. It is not feasible. This is a scenario. There are many other scenarios. So my point was, if while issuing the report on the sustainability assurance information of the value chain, these other practitioners include an assertion that he or she was independent according to Part 5 with respect to this entity, I think we have done our job. Why we should receive a confirmation from this other sustainability assurance practitioner? We already have a confirmation. So I think that this should be factored into the new section as an option. Of course, if there are no assertion at all, or if the assertion is not, let's say, the minimum we require, well, we can inquire. And at that point, if we do not receive a confirmation, well, we would need to do something else probably. But simply excluding this possibility, like, for example, just to give a parallel, like in the soccer part, just excluding this possibility, this means that our bar is so high that in most cases, even the new section would not be operable. And we are, as a board, creating an issue on the market and expecting someone else, IESBA or someone else, to solve the issue we created. So my point really is, what is our purpose? Our purpose is to set high standard, I agree, but also have this standard operable on the market. And I think this is a fair alternative because we are basically requiring the same thing. So if they assert that in a report, why not accepting? We are requiring the same thing. This is my view.
Like, I think, and really just as a, and we'll continue to discuss this because we've got another meeting tonight. So we'll pick this up further. But a good example, I suppose, in the way we're trying to look at this, Luigi, is you could have someone reporting, and actually one of the things they want to know is what do they feed in from the value chain from their energy provider. And actually, you could actually tell them what they've got to include within their reporting, because they might actually say, on the bottom of your electricity bill, this actually equates to X amount of carbon or whatever. And that would be a sort of almost like a factual calculation that you would pick up and that you may not require anything from. However, you may be a supermarket or a retail business, and you contract out all of your logistics, all of your haulage to a provider. And actually, the emissions that come from that service are so significant in the context of what you're reporting, you might want it to be subject to a bit more rigor than just an assertion. But it is something we'll look at further. And we have another opportunity to discuss that. So, I think what we're trying to say at this point is that we are committed to coming up with a proposal that is ultimately a workable one. I'm not entirely thrilled that the reporting and assurance frameworks don't make our job any easier. And I'm really keen that we don't. We're really keen that we don't overreach into trying to compensate for the problems in a reporting framework and an assurance framework that are difficult in certain respects. But we will continue to look at this in our meeting. But we do need to move on.
Okay, I know, Mark. Andy, please, very, very, very quickly.
I will. No, thank you, Chair. No, and I think, Mark, I think you've just expressed 98% of my concern is that I'm concerned that we might be painting ourselves into a corner for that. But I just wanted to support, I think, Luigi's position about that. Depending upon the circumstances, I think it would be a fine public interest area for the practitioner to use a massive amount of their professional judgment in terms of deciding what they do. But I'm now in terms of relying on a report versus getting a direct confirmation. But now I'm just discussing as a practitioner, and I'm cutting through assurance standards and ethics standards all at the same time, because that's I think that's the purview. But the evidence upon which the assurance provider will rely will use for their sufficient appropriate evidence might include something from another. I don't mean to point at you. Might include something from another practitioner, and if it does, and if it's acceptable in the insurance framework, then I think the independence ethical area, which you have to deal with, I think there is an avenue in this world for relying. In that terms, I'm relying on the independence representation from a properly written report that has to be from a reputable firm, making an assertion they're following our standards with a time frame that's reasonable in the circumstances. So, professional judgment.
Okay, Andy, thank you very much, and thank you, Mark. Sorry. Oh, sorry, Paul. Very quickly, please.
Absolutely. If anything, it's just to plead, Mark, that as the team are working through that detail, can we, as much as possible, give a bit of perspective for a non-accountant? So it's not about whose responsibility is what, but what's the real outcome? What are we trying to communicate? Just that's the prayer. Thanks.
Thanks, Paul. Okay.
I'll do my best.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think we can now move forward. Thank you for your contributions, and I'd like to thank you, the task force, for the work done in integrating in your proposal for this morning the discussion of yesterday, and the fact that we had a show of hands with a clear direction does not mean that the hands that did not show were not understood and heard, as we can see from some changes that were already included. So thank you for that. And Mark, back to you.
Okay, thank you. What I'm going to ask now is Sylvia's going to take you very quickly through section 5700, which was about the value chain. But we are going to do this very much at a principles-based level because section 5700 may need to change as a result of us changing to 5407 last night. So I'm going to ask Sylvia to cover it at a high level to explain what it is we're trying to cover off here. It may be that in the wider discussion we have to moderate this, and then we'll also work through the things in the glossary and the conforming amendments. So if I hand over to Sylvia.
Thank you, Mark. So yes, we are back to agenda item 5A. We finished at section 600 yesterday. So the next section is 5700. And this is addressing the interest, relationship, and services with the value chain entity. So this is a different topic that Mark has just presented regarding the relying on an assurance work. This is the addressing the relationship of the firm with the value chain entity regarding those value chain entities whose sustainability information is involved in the sustainability information on which the firm expresses in opinion. So that's also important to note that we are not talking about all the value chain entities, only those value chain entities whose information is involved in the sustainability information. Therefore, there could be a threat possibly to self-interest threats or self-review threats if there is a relationship or provision of services from the firm side to the value chain entity. One of the first step or one of the first thing that we discussed, I think at the September meeting as well, the definition of the value chain entity. And at the end of the September meeting, we had, during the turnaround session, we had a discussion on workstream 1 proposals that we believe that the value chain entity and the concept of the value chain entity is something that is defined, determined, or other way specified in the applicable reporting framework. So if the reporting framework do not address the value chain entity, obviously this issue wouldn't come up regarding the assurance standards and regarding the independence standards. So the definition that you can see in the glossary is really based on this concept of workstream 1. And also what we provided is an example to this value chain entity explaining that value chain might include the customers of suppliers to the client that are material for the sustainability reporting purposes. Again, it's not the part of the definition, it's only meant to be a helpful example to describe what we are talking about here as a value chain entity. The other thing that we clarified in the definition that the value chain does not include components. So really what we have already mentioned in relation to the component definition, that component does not include value chain entities. So in section 700, this is a new section. That doesn't mean that the proposals are all brand new. Previously, they were placed in 510, 511. However, based on the comments we have heard from the board, given that the value chain entity is not part of the sustainability assurance client, we believe that it's clearer, probably more comprehensive, to place the provisions in a separate section. And in this section, we explain the rationale for this section is precisely that we believe that some relationship and circumstances with the value chain entity whose information involved in the sustainability information could indeed create threats to independence. And in the other part of the section, we provide some examples to these specific relationship or circumstances where we believe that if the firm or the sustainability assurance member knows or has a reason to believe that there is, for example, a financial interest, business relationship with the value chain entity could create a threat. In the section below, we are describing these potential threats. We are providing factors to evaluate the level of the threats and also examples to actions that could eliminate these threats or could be safeguards to address the level of the threats. So these specific circumstances we are mentioning are the financial interest, loans on guarantees, business relationship, the provision of non-assurance services. However, this list is not exhaustive, so it doesn't mean that other services or relationship couldn't create a threat. And the end of the section, there is a capture all provision that explains that if the firm or the sustainability assurance team team members knows or has reason to believe that there is any other relationship that could create a threat, they need to use the conceptual framework to evaluate and address the level of the threats. So this is just a quick summary of the structure of the 700 section. And I would pause here to collect comments.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Are there any comments? Andy, please.
Thank you. So I'm conflicted because I agree with the notion that the value chain isn't a component, but I'm conflicted because a component is something determined by the group auditor. And so it seems to me, despite the fact that I agree with this conclusion, that it's really a conclusion reserved for the group auditor, not for an ethical framework. But more significantly, if the value chain is not a component, because as described, it's not part of the entity, okay, not part of the company, but yet information that they produce might be relevant. I'm not yet convinced that there's an operable knows or reasons to believe with the information on the value chain that finds its way to the reporting framework. And I'm trying to, but I just want to share with you, I'm not convinced that something that's not part of the entity can be subject to that independence aspect for the reporting practitioner.
Thank you, Andy. Mark, can we take one more or two? So thank you. Luigi.
Yeah, thank you. This section, well, I have a number of concerns with this section. First of all, so far, we don't know yet how to perform assurance work on this type of information, on information coming from value chain entities. This is the real big issue. On one side, one could say that the sustainability assurance practitioner need to perform assurance procedure on the internal system of quality control of the preparer, who is responsible to identify information to be included in the sustainability assurance client sustainability information, and therefore has the primary responsibility to establish an internal system of quality control to collect, verify, validate, and incorporate this information into the sustainability information of the client. And therefore, at the one extreme, the assurance procedure should rest within the reporting boundary and should be deliver and perform on this internal system of quality control. On the other extreme, others could argue that the assurance procedure should insist on the information. So the sustainability assurance practitioner has two alternatives: make reliance or use the work of another practitioner on one side, and on the other side, to go to the value chain entity, obtain information, access the information, access the system, and perform whatever he needs to perform in order to gain the level of knowledge and assurance to be able to perform his work. I don't know whether we would be in the first scenario or in the second scenario or in the mid of these with many variations. And I don't know how I can set an independence framework without knowing how to run an assurance procedure. Because in the first scenario, I am less worried about self-review risk on information provided by the value chain entity. On the second scenario, I would be more worried about that, because of course there is a direct impact that I do not have in the first one. But so far, no one was able to explain to me how to run this assurance procedure. So I wonder why we should go first without knowing how to run this process. I think that there is an imbalance here. We are defining the independence rules without really knowing the assurance performance work that we need to do, which is not the right thing I think a board should do. Then we have a number of detailed other matters. First of all, the process of applying the known or reason to believe approach, which is wrong, it is not right. The known or reason to believe, as it was used in the code, state that the way in which it works, when a firm or a sustainability assurance practitioner knows or has reason to believe that a relationship of interest held by a firm or assurance team is relevant for the firm independence with respect to the client, then the firm shall include the relationship and interest when identifying, evaluating, and addressing threat. Here, in this section, we say there might be a threat if the sustainability assurance practitioner knows or has reason to believe that a relationship exists. So here the point is that if it exists, there might be a risk, not if we know or have reason to believe that a relationship might create a risk, then we need to evaluate it. It is not the same thing. It is like a reversal approach. I don't think it is consistent with the approach we had in all the rest of the code. So this is, of course, this is one thing that could be fixed. The other concern, I think, it is not possible to fix until when we really know what a practitioner needs to do in order to assure this procedure. I will stop here. I have other comments. If we have time, I will provide them. So elsewhere, otherwise, I will send to the board, to the task force.
Okay, thank you very much, Luigi. Mark, I think I'm gonna give you the floor to respond, or do you want to?
Yeah, well, we are where we are, aren't we? In a sense that we have reporting frameworks, be it IESBA or be it ESRS, that rely on this, that require this information to be reported. And we know, for instance, under CSRD and ESRS, that it is required to be assured. We don't know how it's going to be assured yet, because the assurance standards are yet to be developed that will require that. But we know, again, from ESRS, that they will require the provider of that assurance, be it in respect of the core sustainability information or the wider information in the value chain, to be independent. So, I believe that what we have provided is a framework to help with the assessment and evaluation of whether or not the provider of that assurance is independent. How the nature of the assurance that's ultimately provided is a matter for the IEESB and for any other providers of assurance frameworks out there, be them accountants or non-accountants. And, we will take on board all of the comments, but at the end of the day, we won't land on a situation that ultimately is written for accountants. We have to write something that's for accountants and non-accountants. And, I expect that those who are not professional accountants will probably appreciate far more any guidance that we're able to provide on assessing independence for the purposes of providing assurance over the value chain. So it's a vexed issue, and we're here. But what I wouldn't want to do is say do nothing and then come back to this board in 18 months' time and say, hi guys, we've got to open up the code again. So it's a really difficult navigating job. And I still come back to the point that ultimately this is to support going out to consultation and testing significantly with our stakeholders whether what we've got is going to meet their needs. Because if you're in the EU, you are working pretty quickly towards providing first limited assurance, but in a couple of years' time, reasonable assurance over sustainability reporting, including the value chain. And that will happen in other jurisdictions that adopt IESBA standards. So, we've got to navigate a way through, and we will navigate a way through and take the direction of this board and use the feedback from our stakeholders. But ultimately, the public interest isn't best served by sitting on our hands and saying it's not quite right to do anything yet. You're either there or you're not. And unfortunately, we're there.
Thank you for that, Mark. And I'll probably go back to that. But then first, I'd like to listen to Rich.
Thank you. So, Mark, I recognize what you're saying. I think I'd suggest we might want to think about. I think I heard a statement made that it creates a threat, and we're talking about the group auditor and relationships and interests they might have in a value chain entity in 5700. And we're already in what is now going to be 5407, asking the sustainability assurance provider for the value chain to assert that they followed part 5 in doing that assurance work. I'm not sure I see why you need to have the group auditor also evaluate whether they're independent of the value chain when you have another party providing the assurance on that and asserting their independence relative to the value chain. Someone mentioned earlier, we don't do that with SOC reporting, but we also use the concept of someone else auditing something in the code as being a safeguard in certain situations. And so I'm not sure that I think the point I would say is, does it matter whether you have your group auditor is independent of a value chain entity or the 50 value chain entities you have to bring information in on, when in fact you get somebody to assert that they have done the procedures in accordance with our independent standards in part 5. And I think we need to also think about that in the reality of what's going to happen when a large multinational entity that's a value chain entity in the value chain of 1,000 or more entities, their auditor starts getting asked to provide known or reason to believe, they're not going to respond. And then we're going to be stuck with, well, I got to disclaim or have a scope limitation. And while that's not a reason not to have something by itself, the question I'm really saying is the threat more than inconsequential? And secondly, given that we've said that in almost every case in here, the safeguard is to have an appropriate reviewer, I'm not sure we think it's that consequential. Because if all it takes is an appropriate reviewer to look at the work you did, I think in most cases we're expecting there to be an EQR on this anyways. And so I'm not sure we're stretching far for something that doesn't have that big a threat. I do have comments about some other aspects, assuming we were to keep 5700 in here. Particularly, I'd like to comment on this concept of what your monitoring obligation is, because that's not very clear to me. But I don't. Maybe I'll stop here and we can pick that up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rich. Rania, please.
Yeah, thank you. So I certainly, appreciate where the task force is and what you're really.
Rania, can you speak a little bit closer to the mic? Thank you.
Just want to say, I can certainly, second Luigi's comments and the concerns that have been raised around the table, but I also appreciate where you are and what you're trying to accomplish. So anyway, yesterday, if you recall, I asked about the ISA 5000 and I went through it, and I'm reading section or part A117, and part of it struck me. So it says, the extent of the practitioner's procedures to evaluate the work of another practitioner in accordance with paragraph 51 is influenced by the overall significance of the work to the practitioner's engagement. Okay, yeah. So this is, I know you referred to this before. So, but what I'm trying to say is, it's obvious that what the audit standard is, or the assurance standard, is adopting sort of a gradient approach. I mean, this is the right way to say it. However, I mean, looking at what I think, if I get this correctly, sort of we have like one approach, get that, I mean, get the confirmation. So it seems to me that it doesn't, our approach does not exactly parallel the IEESB's approach. So perhaps you may want to bring in that sort of, pull in from their standard or their explanatory material, that sort of, you know, graduations, like, and therefore it will be up to the auditor or the assurance practitioner to decide where, I mean, giving options rather than setting one requirement. That's what I wanted to say. And it's not just material or not, because so I think, I know that you mentioned the issue of materiality, I understand that. So I'm just trying to find like sort of middle grounds here. So, I mean, material, it's not either material or not, or if we are appreciating that materiality has to weigh in on the decisions made, then perhaps give different alternatives.
Yeah, and you know, it's something we'll discuss further, Rania. But one of the difficulties is that the IAASB are looking to us to determine whether or not someone is independent for the purposes of placing reliance on assurance. So you're almost in sort of one of those like circular situations where it sort of depends who goes first, and like, you know, the IAASB moved ahead of us in terms of their consultation. I think they've found out a lot from their global roundtables, including quite a lot of feedback around how assurance works in the concept of the value chain. So, you know, part of the challenge is that we are developing our independent standards in a slightly theoretical way, because we've still got to see the first people out of the starting gate. And so therefore we've got to make sure that what we develop is as good as possible in terms of its fitness for purpose. But we're not quite seeing it used in anger yet. So therefore we don't know quite how this will move. So, you know, I'd fully take on board what you say, but I don't quite have the answers to be able to, you know, I'd like it to work like that, but I can't guarantee it will.
Yeah, I know, but I think a safer approach, I definitely appreciate what you're saying, Mark, but I think a safer approach to guarantee, if anything can be guaranteed, the operability of the standard is to give different options. I think a black or white approach, I mean, as a general takeaway from what's being said around the table, I think just a black or white approach, or just one option, one way forward, is, in my opinion, just generally speaking, as an approach, is the least likely one to succeed. So I think we need to consider giving different options, different ways out. Just my food for thought.
And you know, we'll pick up on that when we've got our meeting this evening. So, you know, it's all further food for thought.
I think that we still have a few people, and namely Begonia from PIOB and Ken, that I want to listen to, and Andy again. But let me just, if I get it wrong, if I get it right from this discussion, what we are having here is a dilemma between the operational difficulties that this might pose to those who will have to take this on board, and the objective of having the best possible framework possible for a part of the system which is not covered. So the dilemma is, should we move forward or not, considering and assuming that the system is not complete, is not all decided and etc. And this dilemma is what we are facing here. I know that we don't have time, but I'd like to, if possible, provoke the board members to be a little bit more active, because we, so to speak, have heard more about one side of the story, which is absolutely legitimate. But I think that we are here balancing between two approaches and perspectives, which I might want to listen a little bit further. But anyway, I'm gonna give the floor to those who already had asked for it. Ken and Begonia. Begonia, do you want to come in? Okay.
Thank you, Gabriela. Well, trying to respond to your question, which is about should you move forward or not? I think that from the public interest perspective, this should be done. I mean, it's not because the IESB has not clear standards on this value chain guidance. I am not sure about that, but I thought it was covered in ISA 5000. But if it is not, doesn't matter. But this is not a reason not to go forward in this board. That's the PIOSB view. I think I haven't consulted with them, but I'm sure they agree with that idea. I think this is important from the to provide guidance on the independence for PAs, and in particularly for non-PAs, even more than for PAs. They are less accustomed to that. And well, the assurance of the sustainability reporting is the same issue as with the group, with consolidated sustainability report that we were talking yesterday. This is not covered yet by the IASB, but this is how it's going to be. Sustainability reporting will be group sustainability reporting or consolidated sustainability reporting. It will cover value chain, unless in the European framework, I guess also in the IASB, WSSB. So, I mean, even if you have, I think perhaps you have to have more principle-based guidelines more than rules-based, because the performance of auditing is not clear, or the performance of assurance is not clear yet. But ignoring that wouldn't be a good solution, I think. So following Mark's idea, I agree with the task force that this should be done by the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Begonia. Sadia, please.
So I appreciate the conversation and the efforts to move this part of the code forward. However, when we started off, we always knew this project was going to be very large, and we often called it the elephant. And I wonder at this time if this is the priority of including this in the project and whether it's doable. I've mentioned this before, but this section of the code, and I'm looking forward to the revision, actually only has application material, which means that it could be guidance and not actually in the code. So that may be one option of actually scoping it out of the code and having it as non-authoritative material for the interim alongside the ED, and see how that goes in time when we know more. I'm a bit hesitant. I agree we need something because people will be doing this, but setting standards in a hypothetical environment is new to me. and I really miss the research and the information that will back it with time. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sadia. Ken.
Thank you, Gabriela. I must say that I'm a little bit concerned about the one or two comments I've heard about IESBA essentially almost kind of presupposing or making the independent standards dependent on how the assurance work is going to be carried out at the value chain entity. And I think it's a bit of a dangerous slope to suggest that independent standards really depend on how assurance work is carried out in any particular context. The independent standards that IESBA sets are principles-based standards. They apply to any assurance engagement, depending on the nature of the engagement. If it's an audit, of course, you're in Part 4A. If you're outside of an audit or review engagement, you're in Part 4B. And as we know, there can be a huge range, a huge variety of assurance engagements. Many of those are one-off engagements. Many others are single on, or could be on single financial statement or particular line items. And how an assurance practitioner carries out that work has absolutely no relevance to independent standards, because you apply what is relevant in the particular circumstances. If the assurance practitioner has no financial interest, for example, in the entity, well, you don't have to follow Section 510, for example, in the context of an audit. So you apply what is relevant to your particular circumstances, but the principles are the principles. The code says, thou shalt not assume management responsibility. Well, that doesn't depend on how you carry out the assurance work. You simply don't assume management responsibility. The code also says, don't hold financial interests depending on the nature of the entity. If you apply in an audit context, this is a prohibition. In non-PI context, well, you have guidance directing you to apply the conceptual framework. So again, I think we have to be careful that we're not suggesting that independent standards really depend on how the assurance work is going to be carried out. And however IESBA or another standard setter that deals with assurance standards articulate those standards is for them to decide. But insofar as independence is concerned, if there is assurance work that's performed, the independent standards have to come into play. So I would just caution the board about going in that direction.
Thank you for that comment, Ken. And it's for them to consider how and when. And the question is, can we wait for one day for that to be ready? So I'm going to go around the table again very quickly, please. We have less than 15 minutes until the end of this break. Luigi, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Yeah, I would have number of explanation for you, Ken, but probably we can discuss this later, because let's say it is more important to deal with this matter in order to explain why the two things are not unrelated, are really overlapping, and one is influencing the other. But let's say let's go with some innovative proposal for the task force to consider. But unfortunately, we are in an innovative situation where we are setting independence rules without knowing what we are really trying to regulate, because we don't know how the assurance work will be done. So in terms of being clever, smart, and innovative, I wonder whether you could consider the possibility to develop different scenario, 1, 2, 3. What one is is the one that we have, and then see whether it is possible to identify different alternatives, section 500, 5,700, depending on this scenario. Because just to give the easiest example, self-review is highly dependent on how an assurance work is conducted on information or on internal system of quality control. We cannot avoid thinking that it is highly dependent on that. So if the task force could consider developing different scenario and exposing the exposure draft different scenario, we may have a number of advantages. First of all, when at a certain point in time this would be made clear, we could have a scenario fit for purpose, and we do not need to re-expose again, because we could discover next year that the reality is different from what we are figuring out now. And well, there would be significant changes to process and probably a re-exposure need. So this may be an innovative solution, I agree with that, but it is an innovative environment. So I think it is something you can consider. And I think in this way, most of the concerns that I heard in this room today may be solved or managed.
Thank you, Luigi. Jens, please.
I just want to mention that I think assurance work in this part is not so innovative. It is done for not decades, but many years, because on the reporting frameworks, existing reporting frameworks, value chain assurance work is mandatory, GRI, for example. And I know we all know that many companies in the past have received assurance work on that, and the profession has provided this. So I agree. The new issue is it's mandatory to a wide range of companies and environments, and this is the real challenge because it is not yet established. We have not established everything, but even without ISA 5000 or other standards, there is assurance work there, and from there we are getting the experience. And if a regulator or a standard setter is saying that there is independence, I think we are the board to define what independence means. And that, I agree, whether there is a self-review threat, yes or no, that's a factual situation and depends on the assurance work to be performed. But the term independence and what does it mean, I think is something we have to define. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. Yohei?
Thank you. I'll be very brief. And regarding the reason to believe principle in this section, I think that the requirement is not clear for me. So when we look at the page 243, matters for the IESBA consideration, the statement help us understand the firms are not expected to maintain the up-to-date database for the value chain entities. For clarity, this should be explicitly included in the code or the explanatory memorandum. Thank you.
Thank you, Yohei. Andy?
Thank you. Just a couple of things, Chair. I appreciate it. Since this is a public meeting, I didn't want there to be misunderstanding, and I don't know what prompted this, but I don't believe that anything I said or Luigi said was I know he could speak for himself, but was meant to imply that this board should sit on their hands and do nothing. So I'm not so much concerned that independent standards require assurance standards to be, and I don't believe I've been. So forgive me if I haven't communicated myself well to say that they must be determined first. But what I am saying, to be clear, is that independent standards, our ethical framework, should not set assurance standards, and that is what I'm trying to faithfully stand up and provide my views as to what I see as happening. So certainly the ethical constructs of what the fundamental principles are and what is independent of the entity is our purview, and assurance standards are their view. But I'm raising the concerns, fellow members and public, that we shouldn't sit on our hands and do nothing, because I've never said that, and I'm not espousing that, but we also should not set assurance standards here.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Andy, Rich, please.
Yeah, I'm on a different point than what was just mentioned, which is I want to be clear. I don't think we should do something just because it's not practical, or not do something over practicality. What I'm asking about is a consideration of what threats exist when you're talking about the group auditor relative to the value chain. And if you're going to get information from the value chain sustainability assurance provider in their opinion and whatever's attached in terms of the information. You don't have DSR, so you're not going to be able to go in and dig in those work papers or ask them about that. You're going to be in reliance on that, and you're only going to have to be able to use what's provided, at which point what the group auditor's relationship with the value chain doesn't seem to have any way that it would impede on your objectivity or impartiality, rather relative to issuing the group audit. That's my real question. Is there actually a threat that's more than inconsequential? Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Begonia, do you still want to make any comment? Okay, thank you very much. Mark, I think that we have exhausted sorry?
Exhausted, yes.
Laurie.
Oh,
sorry, I
Laurie.
didn't see you.
That's okay. I've just been patiently waiting. I thought you didn't want me to. So briefly, I just want to second Rich's point, and I was going to second it after he made it some time ago. Please just consider that point, because I do think, to Jens' point, that is the novel piece here, is that we're going to be faced with a lot of volume in this scenario. And so I think we just need to think about what is that real threat if we know that downstream in all these suppliers, there have been assurance work done and independence declared, assuming it was done appropriately and it's in the proper format, et cetera. Okay, now this floats upstream. There's no DSR, the group auditor. I'm trying to understand the problem we're trying to solve in that particular scenario, right? So yes, we should have independence on those audits, sustainability audits down there. But is there a real issue here? The second is, and Rich, you just mentioned this lately, is this comment about no monitoring is required. I think a lot of firms do have monitoring involved. I suppose they'll be able to pick up some of this. It gets there's a bit of a mismatch, and I just don't know what that implies for this. It sort of creates a unlevel playing field of things going on, which I'm not sure we've thought through. Okay, but thank you. I do think something needs to be going on here, and clarity around it would be great.
It would be, yes. No, I agree, and I think that's, I think it's a helpful prompt. Where we should be is, being driven by threats and safeguards and actually looping it back all the time into the fundamental principles and the conceptual framework. So I think, we'll look at that and see, can we make that more explicit? I agree with you, Laurie, that level playing field would be lovely. At the moment, we're standing on quite a precipitous gradient in a wind shear. But it's quite a difficult one to work through. I think one of the things that perhaps is at the back of my mind, which is a concern, is that ultimately the sustainability assurance practitioner who signs the report or the opinion or the conclusion on the sustainability assurance engagement has full responsibility for that entire engagement, including what is reported in from the from the value chain. And that's what sort of makes me a bit nervous, because if I were to take it back to first principles, it's a slightly unusual state of affairs that you're being asked to sign a conclusion or a report over something that is not really within your control or direction or anything else. And that's why this is, I think, so challenging. But go on, I know you want to come back on that.
Well, I think I want to tie what Rich said to what Jens said, because Jens, you said something that is a very small, very powerful sentence. It is novel, and that is the bit that's novel. And I think we need to define, what does independence mean in that situation? What is the relevant thing we want to try to accomplish? Because that is what's actually unusual for me. When I read this, I'm like, yeah, okay, I get it. Sustainability, assurance, you're outside the group, you're down the value chain, this stuff is going on. So that is different, and the volume is different, and what are we trying to accomplish, and then how do we get there? So I think that's what you were trying to say, Jens. I don't want to paraphrase for you, but.
Thank you, Laurie. Hector, please.
Very briefly, and thank you. I would like to say that listening to this discussion, there are two opinions that sound very much with me, and this sense of the ability to rely on the assurance work conducted at the value chain level. I think there is something that has a lot of value because of the volume, because of the novelty, because of the way that we don't know the assurance, how the assurance will be conducted, because you need to rely on the professional judgment of whoever is conducting this. So that makes a lot of sense. And I think any way in which we can come closer to some form of reliance on attestations coming from there without having to conduct a lot of additional work or reason to know or other significant amounts of tests would simplify things. And the other one related to the novelty and as usual, I tend to agree with Sadia in terms that we are setting standards on something that is a moving target, which means we should not, it doesn't preclude us from doing it, but maybe we can take an approach, as Sadia was saying, that of application material or guidance as a first step, and then revisit that. I don't know if that's the way the board has done things in the past. That might be a route to not to commit right now to something that maybe doesn't work or creates a lot of problems, but set guidance in a direction that is useful, is in the public interest, and allows us to build further in the future.
Thank you, Hector. Do you want to respond or to collect, because we still have some other, I think that James wants to speak, Ken as well, and Rich, Mark. Can we take a few others? So James.
Very briefly, and I'm just trying to find a way forward or suggestions, and a number of good ones have come forward. This is a sort of a strategic choice for the board in terms of how to address the issue, and two premises is, one, we are trying to develop a framework overall, trying to address the schema, and that operability raises a number of questions. The other way of approaching this is if we can bottom out at the moment a general statement of the applicability of the principles and the framework that we have, but can we approach it with surgical precision on a known scenario where we can all agree that that creates a risk, that there is something that needs to be addressed specifically. So instead of saying, take a look and see what you do and how to apply it, can we address a scenario where we can understand that there is a problem, there's an action that has to be taken, and focus on that element? So a bit of a surgical provision versus boiling the ocean and developing a topic framework. The reason I'm suggesting this is our board dilemma is either this effort is going to legitimize our position and our work, or it's going to delegitimize our efforts in the sustainability piece. So it's a difficult choice, and I'm going to the point: is there a problem statement which we can add value to by providing a clear source of direction? But that means it has to be targeted, not a general framework for application in a number of scenarios, which we don't know.
Thank you, James. Rich, please.
Yeah, building off of what Lori mentioned about the monitoring piece, it was introduced last Monday or a week ago Monday in the educational session, and appreciate the comments in this gray box on this. If at the end of the day we have end up with a feature that has known or reason to believe, I think the task force's view on monitoring, if that's what it is, needs to be application material in the code. Otherwise, we're not being clear as to what we expect of, particularly when we think about non-PAs thinking about this. The other thing, coming back to the broader question, I wonder, and maybe we're already doing this, if the answer might be to mandate that there be an EQR on all sustainability assurance reports, because that is the safeguard that's been kind of put in for several of the situations where something were to come up in the known or reason to believe. And so maybe that kind of avoids, I don't know if it avoids it or not, but maybe that's a potential solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. And finally, I think, Yao Shu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, the task force. And I just want a second sentence that I think my concern is our code must be operational in practice, not just in theory. So we say a lot, and I learn a lot, but I think we should keep our code can be operational. Thank you.
Thank you, Yao Shu. And finally, Ken, do you still want to come in?
Yeah, I'm not, maybe just a quick reaction to a couple of comments that I've suggested, perhaps consideration of non-authoritative material. To my mind, I'm not sure what we would be saying differently from what the board is discussing here. And I think until the board is clear as to what the guidance should be saying, to my mind, it's a very open question as to whether we put it in non-authoritative material. If the board is agreed on what the guide, because if you look at section 5700, it's all guidance. There's no requirement. And if we're saying that we're going to move this guidance to non-operative material, well, if I had a choice, I would say put it in the code because you want it to be followed because that's what has standing. So I think it's a bit of a moot question.
So James's challenge is helpful about a scenario. And when I go and speak with other enforcement regulators, our expectation is that the early enforcement cases in sustainability reporting will be because of massive misstatement of value chain reporting, which has impacted on performance indicators which have affected remuneration. So therefore, to not ensure that there is a robust framework around from our position, not the assurance, but the independence requirements that sit behind that value chain reporting is a significant risk or threat to this board if not addressed. And that's what I expect to see coming through, because actually, in terms of sustainability reporting within the group boundary, it's well understood. The model that we're leveraging, which is of an audit of financial statements, is well understood. I think the independence and ethical considerations are well understood. I think that will be delivered. And although there will be a learning curve, it'll broadly be done pretty well. The value chain is much newer and it's much looser and it's much vaguer. And that's why it's important that it's covered, because that will be the tipping point where you find that organizations are claiming their emissions are much lower than they actually are. And that's triggered remuneration and compensation implications. I absolutely agree with Rich's point on EQRs. It would be really helpful, and it's something we'll take up with the IESBA because that's within their gift. But I would be very strongly supportive of that. And we will leverage the principles of the code in obviously delivering what we need to deliver. But I still come back to the point that the test of everything is when we go out to consultation. And, we had huge interest when we did the global roundtables before we put pen to paper. I expect we'll get even more interest when we put out an exposure draft, because people will read it and look at it and they will think, how does this work for me? And I think that will be a principal consideration. I realise that obviously we've covered a lot, and it's been hugely helpful in terms of direction from the board and comments from board members. Given where we are in terms of time, Gabriella, we were proposing briefly to flag conforming amendments, but they are literally small conforming amendments. So I would suggest if we read them and people come back to us if there's any comment in respect of that. And I think the material on the definitions we've already covered in the context of discussion. So other than perhaps to take any final questions, I would propose we end.
Yeah, sorry, but let me allow Felicia, who had not the opportunity to speak, to come in, and then.
Thank you, Chair. I think the discussion is very interesting and also complicated at the same time. In the view that the value chain concept itself is new, like Mark mentioned, and a bit complex. So I would imagine if it's complex for chartered accountants or peers, how would it be for non-accountants? It's going to be very, very complicated. And in my view, I would request that there is a non-authoritative material that even gives, whenever Mark speaks, he seems to enlighten us in terms of what value chain components, and the examples that he gives are very, very educative and very good. So I would wish maybe if we could have a NAM that maybe gives you examples and where people can go and have some of these examples that speak to exactly the code and how the code can be applied in the sense of value chain. I think it's good to give examples. Just every time you speak, I'm just thinking if you're, for instance, you're the group auditor and you have entities that are cut across, maybe some are in China, others in Africa, others across the world. So how do you entangle this whole thing? So it's good to have a NAM, a non-authoritative material that would give clear guidance and good examples on how value chain entities and independence can be evaluated. I think it's something that it can be done, and I think it's good to have it in the code, but also we need some extra information and guidance on how this can be done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Felicia. So, Mark, before we move or we break, I don't know, because it should be breaking now, but anyway, this even if there is not a clear agreement around the table, and there is not a clear agreement around the table, this is not a case to ask for a show of hands, because we don't have alternatives like yes or no, black and white, let's go and not go. I take as agreed that everybody agrees that we should do something in this space, and this is already an achievement of agreement. Then what's here around the table is some perplexity about how to address this topic and how to address the fragilities that we will have when moving forward with something that is new. The other frameworks are not complete, but I will take Ken's point as a very valid one, that we are, and Jens, we are the ones to set up the independence rules or standards, and that we should not be stuck here just because the other frameworks haven't moved forward. Now, how to address all these questions and some lack of comfort with respect to some details, this is a big challenge for the task force, of course, but I take this conversation as extremely valuable, and would remind you all, just like Mark was saying, that this is not the end of the game. We are preparing something for public exposure, and this will help us exposing in a better way, more transparency, and also adjusting the proposal or reinforcing the proposal so that it's made clearer to our stakeholders. With this, again, I'm not going to ask for a show of hands. All the voices and contributions will be taken on board. Of course, I wish the task force a good meeting today, this night. But I'm sure that you are going to be able to come up with something which is acceptable, just like you did yesterday with the not so strong agreement that we had here around the table. And Mark, I think that even if you wanted to go move to the next topic before break, I don't know how much you imagine that this can take, but we should probably take a break. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe if we take a break now, Gabriella, and if possible, if we could have 15 minutes after the break to just run through the conforming
I think that's
amendments
fair.
and the definitions.
That's fair. Okay, that's fair. So we will break now, and we will come back in. Well, today I'm gonna take a few minutes out. No, at 11. Okay, at 11. Which means at the hour for those who may be observing us from other time zones. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Thank you for being back on time. And I'm going to give the floor immediately to Sylvia, I think, for the 15 minutes presentation and discussion that we'll still have on the sustainability assurance standards, independence.
Yes, thank you, Gabriela. So we went through agenda item 5A, and just in 15 minutes quickly, we wanted to get the word views and comments on the other two agenda material, namely 5B, which is the glossary, and this is a shared document with Workstream 2, so it includes ethics and independence-related definitions. And I think during the previous presentation, I have covered a couple of changes, the key changes, the change we made to another practitioner, to the definition of component and the definition of the value chain. So I think I wouldn't go through each and every changes. These were the most significant one. And I think I would just ask if board members have any comments regarding the independence related definitions that we haven't discussed yet as part of the discussion on the independence standards.
Thank you, Sylvia. Are there any comments? No comments?
Great, then quickly I would change to the next document, which is agenda item 5C. This is the consequential and conforming amendments. It is shared document again with Workstream 2, and Workstream 1 developed the changes to part 4A and part 4B. So regarding the changes to part 4A, we introduced changes to section 400. In provisions 400.2, it's an alignment or the conforming amendments, the changes we had in 5400.3C, I believe, really explaining that if in the context of an audit, we are making reference to an audit opinion. In the context of a value, in the context of review engagement, that also covers the conclusions. So really, we are not proposing anything new to part 4A, so the audit standards, simply because we address that issue in the context of sustainability assurance engagement with regard to the reasonable and limited assurance engagement. We felt that maybe we should address the same issue in the context of the audit and review engagements, given that in part 4A, the reference to audit engagement also covers review engagement. So the other thing in part 4A, section 400, is as you given the new given the scope of part 5 and part 4B, you will see that we propose to change the reference to part 4B, that it would explain that it is the independence for assurance engagements other than audit engagement, review engagements, and sustainability assurance engagement addressed in part 5. So we made these changes throughout part 4A and part 4B. So this is one of the change in part 4A, and the other is to section 540, the long association, that we have explained that when we are determining or considering the threats to long association, the firm should consider both sustainability assurance and the audit engagements. So these changes are really conforming amendments to the structure we propose to in part 5. So I think these are the changes we had for part 4A, so section 400 and 540. So I would just stop here if there's any comment.
Thank you, Sylvia. Luigi.
Yeah, just to reiterate my comment I provided yesterday about the first change. I don't think it is neither a consequential nor a conforming amendment. I understand that there are reasons to explain the differences in part 5, the differences of the engagement, limited or the other. I don't think there is the corresponding need to change here, and it is absolutely not linked to that. It is well understood concept. So I don't know why we should change the extant code for a matter which is unrelated.
Luigi, if I may explain, as we all know, Part 4A applies not only to audits of financial statements, but also reviews of financial statements. And the review engagement is a limited assurance engagement. So that's why there is a need to make sure that we're consistent when we say that Part 5 covers limited assurance engagements, when Part 4A also covers limited assurance engagements. So it would be very inconsistent for the board to say on one hand in Part 5, where we're referring to opinions on the sustainability information, but and potentially conclusions, but we're not saying the same also in Part 4A. So this is a matter of consistency. It's not a matter of relevance.
No, just to clarify, it is a matter that I can live with. I do not find a good reason to change, but if the board would like to change, I would, of course, be in agreement, but it doesn't seem to me nor consequential nor in conformity.
Thank you, Sadia.
My comment is on long association. We're calling it conforming and consequential amendments, but we actually have a new requirement in there. I agree that it should stay, it's necessary, but I do think we need to call it out in the EM that it's not just conforming or consequential, it's actually a new requirement we're proposing. In long association, we have this definition of key sustainability assurance leader. And I would prefer if we use that terminology throughout and not differentiate between the different roles in the sustainability engagement, because I think it does get a bit confusing when you're reading engagement leader and sustainability engagement leader, engagement partner versus sustainability engagement, so that the levels of different roles does get confusing. I like the way that the approach we've taken of just having one definition.
Any suggestions about simplification, always welcome.
Thank you, Mark. Luigi, do you still want to make any comment? Okay, thank you. Begonia.
Thank you, Gabriela. My comment is about the glossary, sorry, but I am not sure if the definition of another practitioner, because I mentioned that yesterday, and I'm not sure if you have changed it or not. But if I can tell you later, if it's not. That's the thing, that if you define it that is not under the direction, supervision, and review, then how can you assume that in some cases they could be part of the engagement team? So it's just think about it.
We don't assume that, so we do not use another practitioner in the code when there is a direction, supervision, and review. It's quite an unfortunate use of wording, but we would like to be consistent with ISSA 5000. So whenever in the code, when we are referring to someone who is under direction, supervision, and review, we're referring to them as the firm or sustainability assurance team members. And we are only referring another practitioner in the text when there is no direction, supervision, and review. Unfortunately, when we are presenting an issue, it's kind of difficult to avoid to refer to them as another practitioner, but in the code, we try to be consistent in that. When we're gonna double check just to share that we use that consistently.
Because we had that impression. Maybe we are wrong, but we had the impression that it was used differently sometimes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Begonia and Sylvia. Any other comments? Mark?
No, that's, again, really appreciate all the feedback. I think probably what are we doing? One more?
4B.
4B? Oh, there's something for 4B as well.
Yes, just quickly, there are some consequential and conforming amendments to introduce to 4B as well. Apart from the fact that I mentioned that we changed the reference to 4B, we in section 900, we already proposed some changes to clarify the scope and the reference to the engagements under the scope of Part 4B. As you can see, we introduced a couple of examples regarding sustainability assurance engagement that would fall under the scope of Part 4B. And also we introduced a guidance in case the firm provides more sustainability assurance engagements, under Part 5 and under Part 4B, and provision 900.11 provides guidance regarding the applicable provisions to both engagements and the independence of the firm.
And we've already got your written comments, Rich, so we'll make sure that those are factored into our discussion later.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone wanting to make any comments, so we should take it as agreed. Thank you very much, Mark and Sylvia. And is that it? Is that all for now?
It is. I think there's just one thing I just want to say to re-emphasize, and it's probably worth re-emphasizing to the board, because I had really helpful conversations with both Rich and Laurie in the break, and that is where we are with 5407 applying to the value chain is effectively there is one requirement, and that requirement is, can the individual confirm that they are independent in accordance with Part 5 of the code? So that is it. There is no more. And I did try to explain that at the start, but probably didn't do so clearly enough. And with the volume of discussion, maybe it faded to the back a bit. But we will make sure that that's very clear in terms of what comes back to the board for the approval of the consultation. So thank you everyone for all of your comments. And I realise that this is a not straightforward and simple issue, but the task force will work it through.
Thank you very much, Rich. Now it is not a simple issue, but I think that as usual, we are making progress, and that we will find a way of getting the agreement of the board around what you are going to propose, and then listen to what the stakeholders have to say about that. So I think that's the end. Well, the end of the start for you. Thank you very much to the task force, Mark, and task force and staff for the great work done on this. And I wish you all the best for the rest of the week to accommodate the changes and discuss the proposals that have been made here around the table, so that next week we can take a decision, a vote, and approve this exposure draft in the best possible way and shape. And with this, we will move to the next topic in the agenda. That brings us to sustainability ethics standards for sustainability reporting, part of the project on sustainability, an important one with a slightly different approach, not profession agnostic for the time being, just to recall where we are with a vision for the future to, if possible, and probably assess that possibility. But what we have now is amendments to the code, and it's a lot. Amendments to the code to integrate sustainability in the provisions and in the requirements that are already there. I thank you in advance to the task force and to the staff. Great work done in this area, and we'll give the floor to Christelle to start the presentation. Thank you very much, and apologies for the slight delay in your schedule, but it was necessary to complete the formal discussion. I hope you appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, of course. My first word would be to thank again for their continuous efforts, and my fellow board members are contributing technical advisors and the SRG members, and of course are very key supporting IESBA staff, so Jeff, John, and above all Laura, without whom we would not be in what I would like to qualify this morning as a satisfactory stage of maturity. And hopefully I can say the same to and be optimistic again tonight. So what activities have been we have been undertaking since September? In September, we had the IESBA, the CAG meetings. We circulated the September version of the draft ethics standards to the Sustainability Reference Group, the SRG, and asked for their comments. Informed by the previous discussions with the IESBA and stakeholders, including those SRG members, we met in person and virtually in October and November. In October, we sought advanced feedback from IESBA members on selected draft proposed text, and we considered all these feedbacks received in developing the final proposed text that we set out in the agenda items 5 for our meeting today. IESBA and IEESB staff have been coordinating per usual, I would say, and within that coordination, the IEESB staff has provided some comments to the drafts that we will discuss with the board as we do the page turning. So we have today, we have split our agenda over the 3 sessions tentatively. We will walk through the changes made to the September draft through the gray boxes throughout the text. Naturally, this does not preclude board members from raising comments in other parts of the draft proposed text, but may I remind that we do not want to reopen issues that have been settled by the board in previous meetings, including conceptual issues such as the scope of the assurance and reporting standards and NOCLA. The first session this morning, Laura will lead you through part 5 and the definitions, so the agenda items 5A and 5B, from the ethics perspective only. 2 context elements, the equivalent section on tax services, this 5,380 will be discussed in this first session from a sustainability assurance perspective only, and any changes that the board approves to the final text will be mirrored for the purpose of the sustainability ED. Okay. Second element of context, the equivalent section on experts, which is 5,390, has already been discussed yesterday by the board with the expert task force. It will be included in the sustainability ED in addition to the expert ED for completeness, but respondents will be asked to provide comments within the context of the expert ED. Okay, but there will be a complete set of text. During the second session, John will drive us through consequential and confirming amendments and through the changes to the extent code that we propose to include sustainability reporting considerations. And this will be based on the agenda items 5C and 5D. And finally, at the end of our afternoon, I would like to share with you our proposed list of topics and questions to be included in the explanatory memorandum and to receive your feedback. So now I give the floor to Laura for our first session.
Thank you, Christelle. So like Christelle said, we were going to start with 5A, agenda item 5A. This is the draft ethics standards for sustainability assurance. The yellow highlighted texts reflect changes from the September versions. They they include they reflect the board comments that we received in the September meeting, as well as the advanced comments that we received in the October circulation of the drafts. And we thank everyone who sent us comments. All changes are explained in those gray boxes throughout the text. You may find as we go some additional green highlights, which reflect some especially editorial changes resulting from our cold reads and other comments that we received after posting, including from the IESB staff. We will follow the same procedure as workstream 1. So we will go section by section. We will stop at the most significant changes. And then we will ask board members for comments in those section by section. And we would appreciate if any editorial comments could be provided in written so that we can focus on the substantive matters. So in 5A, the first significant change is the title of part 5. We now have a new title that is International Ethics Standards for Sustainability Assurance, including international independent standards. This is not really a material change. We previously had international ethics and independent standards for sustainability assurance, so it's very similar. The reason for this change is more of a communication perspective to make it easier to communicate with stakeholders. So, and it allows us to have an acronym to use, just like for like the IESB is using ISSA 5000, we now have IESA. And so from a communication perspective, this is the task force proposal. And then going to paragraph 5100.2b, where we have the encouragement for, or this comes after setting the scope for part 5, and what happens to everything that is not included in the scope of part 5. Then we have this paragraph that says if the practitioner is a professional accountant, then they have to apply parts 1 to 4b of the code. The rest of the code still applies. If they are not a professional accountant, then we have letter B here, encouraging them to apply the rest of the code. And then we have a list of examples where they are encouraged to do so. We have this new 6 example here regarding tax services, because as we will see later on, the new section 5380 is for tax services provided to sustainability assurance clients, and therefore, if they are providing a tax service to someone who is not a sustainability assurance client, that's where the encouragement kicks in, and they're encouraged to apply the 300 section. I would also like to note this example that we had here previously, the number 5 regarding second opinions, because we will talk about it again when we get to section 5320 and the new paragraph that is included there. So the board previously agreed that further to workstream 2's proposal that the provision of a second opinion is something that is outside the scope of part 5, because part 5 assumes the existence of a client, and a second opinion is something that is provided to someone who is not yet a client. And so being outside of the scope, we would not have an equivalent section in part 5 as we do in part 3, and we would only consider this in the encouragement. But we received the previous comment that we'll address later on. And then we have, so at the end of the introduction, we have here a few paragraphs, 5100.4a, b, c, and d. These are not new paragraphs. They were previously drafted and proposed by Workstream 1. They relate to the sustainability information that is subject to assurance. And further to Workstream 1's proposal, they were included here in the introduction of part 5, because this is something that is common to both ethics and independent standards.
And so it's mostly the location of these paragraphs rather than the drafting. And so this leads me to the end of section 5.100. I would like to pause here to see if there are any comments.
Thank you, Laura. Are there any comments? Galen, please.
Thank you, Laura. And yesterday I made a comment about the use of the word premise and the optionality that might be linked to that that Mark brought out. And I'm looking in 50, let's see, it's on page, it's the first part of this, it's on page 3, 5102B, and then subparagraph B, where it starts out, may be applied. Isn't there an expectation that they would apply if they were to use the code? So it seems to me like, I mean, if I'm reading this, I'm saying, well, I may apply it, but if I'm a non-practitioner, maybe I won't apply it. I don't think that's I don't think that's the intent. And maybe it's a drafting convention, and for that, excuse me, but it seems kind of soft.
Do you want to respond, or do you want to take other comments? Okay, Chana, please.
So my comment is on the introduction of the last point 6 on tax planning. I know we are including it because of section 380, but does that create the impression that you have to only be worried if you're doing tax planning and not any other service like valuation or forensic or, so I think we should sort of say it could be tax planning or any other service, or not have tax planning at all, because all the other provisions in 1 to 5 are very generic, rather than singling out tax planning.
Thank you, Chana. I think that there is a reason, an obvious reason why there is a trend, the temptation of including tax planning, but maybe your suggestion to say tax planning and other services could help, but the task force will address that. Laura, do you want to respond? Sorry.
Thank you. So regarding Galen's comments on the drafting here in letter B. So this is a paragraph that deals with, if we look at the lead-in sentence, this is for practitioners that might perform professional activities and have professional and business relationships that are not covered by Part 5. And so this is everything that is outside of the scope of Part 5. And in that scenario, we have, I mean, it's outside the project to compel them to apply the whole code and the rest of the code. Hence the use of the may be applied, because this is truly an encouragement, not a requirement. And regarding Chana's comment, thank you. I think we can discuss that with the work stream later tonight, whether to expand this example to be broader.
Thank you, Laura. I know that Luigi was first, but I think that you want to react to this. So
it is a reaction indeed, Gabriel. I don't know if you could scroll back up to bullet B, Laura. And if really the intent is to convey an encouragement, why wouldn't workstream to precisely use the word encourage in some form instead of just suggesting those parts may apply? An encouragement would be a more direct message.
Is encouraged.
Well, I mean, it may not be particularly precise in this bullet point, but it could be the message is, those other practitioners are encouraged in those circumstances to apply parts 1 to 3 or whatever.
Okay, Luigi, please.
Yeah, and my comment was the same of Galen and the response of the proposal of Ken, I think, solved the matter. I also was thinking to change may in might, but let's say encouragement is probably the right thing to say. I have another comment with reference to 5100.2 letter B. I noted, I'm happy that you did not include 5,700 here. So is this a decision or it is just a missing connection? Because you say section 5,400 to 5,600. So I agree with this.
It was a mistake. It will include all the independents.
There are other places that you probably need to consider.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your honesty, Luigi. Speaking against yourself. So, Begonia.
Thank you. We are a bit concerned about this, the part 5, which is not covered in all independence requirements. And because of that, we are still consider that it is not clear in which case it is explained, but we are not happy with this decision that you made about having all the ethics in part 5, ethics standards are in part 5, but the independence requirements standards are not in part 5. Some of them are in part 4B. And we think this creates a sort of confusion that should be more clear when you prepare the final ED and state clear why you have done that, why is not everything included in part 5, because it would have been much more understood by the general public. So we think that in the public interest, it would have been better to have everything together in part 5 instead of having this distribution of the independent requirements for the assurers in 2 different standards. So we would have preferred to have it differently. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just respond on that one because in a sense, this comes as a result of the way in which we've scoped part 5 for independence. So you'll remember that the boards had earlier discussions around what should be covered by part 5 for independence, and we agreed it was those engagements that report under a general purpose framework where the information is publicly available and used for decision making. So those are in a sense the most significant engagements that we considered to catch from a public interest perspective. We recognise that there will be other sustainability engagements that are not caught within that scoping, and therefore in those situations the provisions in part 4B for independence requirements would apply. We accept the fact that there is work to do, and indeed the board's already discussed a potential project looking at 4B, but that is the rationale for it. And I do accept the fact that we'll need to make that very clear in the explanatory memorandum so stakeholders sort of understand the route. Thank you.
And sorry, if I may adding to what Mark just said, it's also something that we will ask respondents input on. So we will. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Laura and Mark. Chana?
Just to add to what Mark and Laura said, I mean, 4B is already been used for sustainability assurance using the 3000 series for assurance. So I think people are not confused about the use of 4B for independence. They're using it now. They're using it in Australia now, 4B for sustainability assurance.
Thank you for those clarifications. Begonia, I don't know if this responds to your question because I'm not sure. Does this respond?
See in the invitation to comments a clear explanation why for not all independence is in part 5, and a consultant make it an open consultation about it if stakeholders agree with this or if they are not so convinced that this is a good decision. Something around that.
Just making sure that all the independence requirements are in part 5 for those engagements covered by part 5. Nothing is left out. What is left out is a part of the engagements which are not of that relevance, so to speak, in a very informal language. These are subject to a somehow less stringent independence requirements. Okay, thank you very much. Luigi, do you still want to? No, you don't. So Ken.
Just to close off this point, we should, and that's can be left to the staff. We should make the connection with what is going to be in the strategy and work plan, because that is where the commitment is. The commitment to review Part 4B to render it profession agnostic, so to speak. So as long as we can close the loop, that I think that should be okay.
Okay. So go ahead.
Thank you. So going on to section 5110, we don't have really significant changes here. The same for, these were the fundamental principles, the same for the conceptual framework, section 5120. The same for the section on the breach, the equivalent to 70. So the pressure to breach the fundamental principles, section 5270. Then we go to section 5300, which is applying the conceptual framework. Here we have made essentially some changes to some examples. There are no significant changes here as well. And the same in section 5310 on the conflicts of interest. And so before we turn into 5320, I would stop to see if there are any comments on 5110, 5120, 5270, 5300, and 5310.
Thank you, Laura. Luigi.
Yeah, thank you. Just a suggestion, because I think that there may be the need to review the flow of the paragraph. I wonder whether the 5,300 may be move right after 5,120, because we do not have anymore here the part relating to the preparers, so the professional, the PA in business. And so probably if we place the use of the approach immediately after 120, probably it flow better and it is clear.
Thank you, Luigi. If I may ask, where would you suggest including 5270? Because 5270 is in the middle of 5120 and 5300, right?
Jeff, I see that.
Probably after the 300. Well, I don't know, let's say it is for you to consider, but it seems to me more logical as a flow.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say I hear Luigi's point, and we can take that on board. But I think it's a good suggestion because it does flow in that sense. So we'll take that on board as the workstream to discuss it this afternoon or tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Chana, please.
I think Luigi's idea is a good one, because I know we are trying to marry up with the 4,000 and other parts of the code, but it seems a bit disjointed just to have one floating section in between. I have another point on 5270.3A4. To 70.3A4. Keep going down. The deletion of internal and external auditor. I was wondering whether we should keep, if applicable, external auditors in case the engagements are done by two different people, the financial statement audit and the sustainability assurance engagement.
So here we are talking about the relationship. This is a section that is a little bit different from the rest of part 5 because it deals with the relationship with the firm, not with the client. And so we're talking about the pressure to breach the fundamental principles and within the relationship with the firm. And so the thinking here is that if there's some pressure to breach the fundamental principles, then the sustainability assurance practitioner, if they escalate the matter within the higher levels of the management of the firm or those charged with governance of the firm, that should be enough. What would be the value added to escalate the matter with the internal or the external auditor of the firm in order to address the pressure to breach the fundamental principle?
Because I'm happy with the internal auditor going off, but the external auditor, if there is an external auditor, because the engagements are done by two different people, in some countries the whistleblowing laws allows you to report certain matters to the external auditor. So that's why I am saying, if applicable, external auditor.
Okay, good. Thank you, Chana. Felicia.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get some clarity on 5320.11A3 on second opinions. Second opinions. Okay, because
we will go to there later.
Okay, don't forget your question, Felicia. Luigi, do you still want to speak? Yeah, no, okay. Fine, so you can move forward.
Okay, so on section 5320 on professional appointments, the most significant change is the inclusion of a new paragraph on the second opinions. So as you may recall, the background for this new paragraph was a discussion that we had in September, where the workstream proposed not to have an equivalent section 5321 for the reasons that I just mentioned, because this is outside of the scope of part 5. And there was a comment from a board member suggesting to at least include, at least as an encouragement, the requirement that is currently sitting on that section, which is this last part of the paragraph, the communication with the existing or the predecessor practitioner. So the work stream took that comment on board. We've considered several locations for this new paragraph. We thought that if we are to include it, it should be maybe at the end of this section. Ultimately, the work stream suggests not to include this paragraph because, again, if the rationale for not including equivalent section 321 is because it's outside the scope of part 5, then addressing second opinions elsewhere in part 5 seems a little bit inconsistent. We already have that encouragement or that example on second opinions in the encouragement in the introductory section, and also having only this paragraph addressing a specific thing without further context of a full section, it does seem a little bit odd. So the way this was drafted was giving as much context as we could within a single paragraph and mirroring what we have in or certain parts of section extant section 321. But we ultimately propose not including this paragraph for the reasons just stated and included in the box here. But I would pause here for any comments on this section 5320, including this paragraph, but not only.
Thank you, Laura. Comments from board members? There are no comments. Sorry, Felicia. No. Okay, thank you. Sorry?
We need a decision. Do we include this paragraph that we drafted despite our goodwill? Or do we come back to our rationale and just leave the encouragement in the introductory part of part 5?
Well, any views from the board members? China?
Agree not to include.
Mark?
I don't see that it particularly adds anything. I think there's sufficient material already earlier in the section.
Thank you. So no other comments. Well, is the board comfortable with the opinions that have been expressed? Okay, so I think you have the response, Christelle.
Thank you so much. So moving on to section 5325 on engagement quality reviews. We have a couple of changes here regarding the drafting of certain paragraphs referring to quality management standards. These changes were made following the change that was also already addressed by Workstream 1 on the fact that ethics standards are not premised on quality management standards, rather assurance standards are. And so we just redrafted a couple of paragraphs that are mostly in this section. There is also one in section 5120 to just not mention ISQM 1 and 2 as the quality management standards, but as an example rather. And so moving on to 5330 on fees, there are no really significant changes here from the draft posted in September, and the same for section 5340. And so I would perhaps stop here to see if there are any comments on 5325, 5330, and 5340.
Galen, thank you, Laura. Oh, Galen, please.
Yeah, so Laura, on the cooling off, maybe I'm missing something, but so we don't specify the cooling off period in here, or where do you look to that? Since I noticed that it's struck out here, the reference to 2 years. Is it sort of optional?
Is it this paragraph?
Yeah.
Yes, in A3, 25.8 A3.
Yeah. So we struck that off and added as an example at the end of the paragraph, saying that.
So there's no requirement, it's just an example?
No, it's an example of a quality management that requires a cooling off of 2 years, because what we said for the extant drafting of this paragraph is a requirement by another standard.
Okay.
Which is ISQM 2.
Okay.
Okay. Jeff.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to add to more confusion. I was just going to repeat exactly what Laura has said. We just redrafted that requirement from ISQM to just slightly differently. So there's no real change.
Thank you. Laura, back to you.
Thank you. So moving on to 5350. So this is the section on the custody of client assets. This is all highlighted in yellow because it's the first time that we are including it in the full draft. This was also added further to following the discussion in September to include this section. There are no really big changes here from the extent section. It's a very small section. There's just one point I would like to note, which is same as we did in a previous section. The workstream considered adding a paragraph at the end of this section, pointing out, reminding users of the code, notably those who are not professional accountants and are not as familiar with the code, to remind them that there is a prohibition to assume management responsibilities in the independent standards. But further to the advanced comments that we received in October, the workstream decided not to, or agreed not to include such proposal.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
My question was just in respect of the new section of 5350, and of course, holding of client assets is usually a regulated activity in most jurisdictions, and therefore, do we think this section is actually warranted? Because I'm not actually sure whether a sustainability assurance provider would be a regulated authority to hold client assets or custody assets. Obviously, I see the intention to mirror and have something equivalent, but I just think this is quite remote.
Yeah, I had the same reaction as you did, Mark. This certainly has a place in financial auditing, but I'm not sure how it relates to sustainability.
So I think the decision here, or the thinking in September when we discussed this issue, was to cover all possibilities. And so in case we have a sustainability assurance practitioner that is holding client assets, and I don't know, for instance, within the context of providing tax services and paying taxes on behalf of the client, or receiving tax refunds on behalf of a client, this might be applicable. I don't know if lawyers can be sustainability assurance practitioners, but they have legal responsibilities or they can hold client assets. And so this would be an instance where this section could be applicable. So I think it was mostly to cover all possibilities, and not leave a void if this is the case.
Okay, Luigi, do you want to come in?
No, I think that those that would act as sustainability assurance practitioner, we don't know who are so far, and there may be jurisdiction where this type of activity is regulated, but there are also jurisdictions where it is not. So I think that in the spirit of the equivalence, they should still retain in the code.
Okay, I see. Well, first, Laura, to your question, if lawyers can engage in sustainability assurance or do sustainability assurance engagements, as you know, lawyers can do everything. So this is one of the things, as you and I do. So this is my first comment. The second is that unless there is something in this proposal that has a downside, that it impacts something negatively, even if it's a remote possibility for, like Luigi saying, we don't know who these providers are going to be. We know not much about this future reality. So I think that covering, leaving it covered would be wise, unless there are different views around the table about the negatives of having this included. Even if it's remote, but we don't know how remote it's going to be, this possibility. So are we comfortable with leaving it, even understanding that we don't know how many times this is going to happen? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to section 5360 on NOCLAR. We have extensively discussed this section in previous meetings. There are no significant changes from the September versions or the September version. But before going on to the new section on tax services, I would stop here to see if there are any comments from the board.
No comments, it seems. Okay.
Okay, so moving on to this new section 5380 on tax planning services. So just a little disclaimer before we go in. This section, unfortunately, is not entirely consistent with the 380 that was discussed with that was posted and discussed by the task force, because we were working in parallel and there were some changes after the sustainability task force posted their papers. So my apologies, but just to let you know that those discrepancies are not relevant from a sustainability assurance perspective. And of course, the ED will reflect accurately the final text that will be approved by the board on the text and will include it. So this is a new section. It's been included for the first time following the discussion that we had in September. The workstream 2 has the view that tax services are an example of professional services that can be provided by the sustainability assurance practitioners to their sustainability assurance clients. And this is related to the fact that the scope of the ethics standards includes not only sustainability assurance engagements, but also other professional services that the practitioner can provide to their sustainability assurance clients. So we also had, so this section applies to the tax services that the practitioner provides to the sustainability assurance client. If the practitioner is providing tax services to other clients, then we have the encouragement in that introductory paragraph and the encouragement to apply the extant code because it's not covered by part 5. Here, the most relevant changes. So we've reviewed this section only to make it fit for sustainability assurance purposes, and that's why we have replaced the references to PAs with SAPs. And other changes, the relevant change that we made other than that is removing references to individuals. And for example, in this paragraph, we've removed the reference to individual, to retirement or estate planning goals. There are some other paragraphs where we've removed references to retirement or personal considerations. And this is because under part 5, the sustainability assurance client will be an entity, will not be an individual. Whereas in part 3, the client can be either an individual or an entity. So this is the most relevant change. There is another change here on paragraph 5380. Sorry, it's above 5380 10A2. So we've proposed not including this paragraph, so it's intentionally left blank here, because this is basically a cross-reference to section 321 on second opinions. And given the board's support not to include that paragraph on second opinions above, we are proposing not to have this paragraph as well. And I would stop here for any comments on this section.
Thank you, Laura. Are there any comments? Chana, please.
I have a comment on 5380 14A1. So it's the deletion of the profession. So why was profession deleted? Are we sort of saying sustainability assurance practitioners do not belong to a profession?
Yes. So this is connected with the discussions that we've had previously as well. The fact that the code is drafted to a profession. However, this project is for a service, not a profession. And sustainability assurance practitioners they necessarily don't belong to the same profession or a profession, and some might not even belong to a profession in the traditional sense, or even to a regulated profession. And so those references were also we also reworded. This is especially on the fundamental principle of professional competence, where we have some references to the profession. Those paragraphs were redrafted, and just for consistency purposes, we also propose to delete this reference here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's sort of the original sentence is about, you know, the wider impact outside of the client, and so. And I mean, in time, sustainability practitioners will become a profession. So I think some wording there is needed rather than deleting it to, you know, the broader impact is bigger than just the client and us. Sustainability, us meaning the sustainability assurance practitioner and the client.
Mark?
So I think it was really just sort of in support of Chana's comment that perhaps in future we will have a profession. And I think, you know, from an enforcement perspective, having something in there that is bringing the profession into disrepute or bringing a profession into disrepute is quite a helpful sort of enforcement mechanism. So it may not be entirely relevant now, but it may be in future.
Sanjeev.
Lawrence, to add what Chana said, if you look at 5380.14, we are saying in the second sentence, the sustainability assurance practitioner shall exercise professional judgment. So somewhere I think we are accepting the fact that it will be a profession. So I think the work stream should consider this suggestion again.
Yeah, no, that's didn't strike me when I read it, but I think I sign on to that what this is getting at, assuming someone does tax planning services, is getting at not just the client, but something bigger than the client. That's what the importance of this stand back and consideration is. So I don't know if it's relevant profession or something. I don't particularly respond well to that, but I would like the task force to go back and not just limit it to the client. I think that's a wise advice.
Thank you, Andy. Is there Sadia?
On this point of profession, I just wanted to know whether we used the word profession previously, in fact. So if we haven't used it and we even removed things like distinguishing mark from the fundamental principles, distinguishing mark of the profession, I'm finding it hard to see how we can use profession in here. On this section, I really like that we kept it as aligned with the future tax project because it's going to be new for PAs. So it would be nice to have it aligned. But I understand your difficulty in bringing in the word profession or a similar word in there.
Thank you, Sadia. Hector?
A suggestion in case we don't want to stay away from profession, the task force might consider drafting something in relation to the role of the assurance service. So it's that role, it's that function which we don't want to have damage by this reputational impact. So maybe we can talk about the service itself, not using service, I understand, but the role performed by the assurance provider.
Thank you, Hector. I don't see anyone else. Yeah. Okay. I think that you will take this on board. Anyway, I'd like to just call the attention of the board of the effort that we are making to, even if this is not a profession agnostic project, as we go to try to, as much as possible, speak to the reality of the facts, which is a much wider reality than the profession only. So I understand that something, your preference, and I understand that something should be there about the wider impact beyond the client. But if we can put something which does not keep us stuck into the profession, like along the lines of Hector's suggestion, or even your suggestion, the relevant profession, which brings it a little bit beyond this stricter profession, I think that the task force could consider that, so that we can slowly start moving away from this very, very, very profession-centric approach, perspective, and language, which is not a minor thing. So back to you.
Okay, thank you. So,
Hector, do you want to speak? Okay.
Okay. So this is the end of 5A relating to the ethics standards. So we would go now to agenda item 5B, the glossary, where we would use the same approach. So we will stop in certain definitions without prejudice of board members raising comments on any other work stream to related definitions. And so the first two that I would like to point out is this one here, existing practitioner, and the one that we will have below on the predecessor practitioner. This is mostly a drafting change rather than a substantive change. We further also to the comments that we received in September, we are proposing to use wording that is aligned with the one that we have in the accent code for existing accountant. So using the currently holding, in this case, an appointment to perform a sustainability assurance engagement or carrying out other professional services for sustainability assurance clients. So we are aligning with the accent definitions. And so this was done in the existing practitioner and also in the predecessor, practitioner. Again, who most recently held an appointment to perform a sustainability assurance or carried out other professional services. On the third definition, the proposed practitioner, this is where we have made some changes or are proposing to make changes after the papers were posted, and exactly for the same reason. So here in the proposed practitioner, the proposal is to aligned with the accent one, with the wording used in the accent definition of proposed accountant, and also making it consistent with the existing practitioner and the predecessor practitioner. So, and just a final note on the definition of sustainability information. We have not made any changes to the draft that was discussed in September. There are some, the gray box underneath here explains, even though there were some comments from the board regarding the cultural matters that are expressly mentioned in the definition that is used by the IESB, the workstream considered that not only cultural matters might already be included in this reference to social, but it's also, given that the IESB has included their definitions in the exposure period, and they are now receiving comments and will possibly revise our definition. We just thought that for now we would keep this proposal as is, and it's a matter to continue coordinating with the IESB. We also received an additional comment from the IESB staff on this definition, pointing out that in their exposure draft, they explain why we're having different definitions and how they are aligned. They expect our EM to do the same, which it will. And they also suggested including or saying here at the beginning of this definition, instead of saying simply information, using the reference to subject matter information about the opportunities, risks, etc. So the workstream considered this comment from the IESB staff, and we understood that, or we believe that this would render our definition a little bit too technical, again, because we are talking about a subject matter information. This points out to the assurance world. Also, the fact that our definition in the IESBA code should be useful not only for assurance purposes, but for reporting purposes. So it should be broad and not specific. And yeah, and that's it from the definitions. I would like to pause here for any comments from the board regarding these definitions in particular, or other workstream 2 related definitions.
Thank you, Laura. And I'd like to highlight that this is important. We have been discussing this definition in particular since a long time. And I think that it's important that the board looks at the definition and considers itself comfortable what is there. And namely, if this is consistent with our vision and our strategic approach to this work. This is much more than a definition, I would say, and we have to be very careful in everything that we put in there or leave out there, because this is gonna be one of the topics that will drive the stakeholders' attention. It's gonna be an important element of scrutiny about how profession agnostic our proposals are or not. But also this idea that this has to be broad enough to cover reporting and assurance, and this has to be framework neutral. We have to walk the talk, and when we say that we are framework neutral, we have to test this against the proposals that we are making. So I'm happy that you are mentioning that this is going to be well explained in the explanatory memorandum. I'm not looking at Begonia. I'm now looking at Begonia because I was not seeing you. I know that the PIOB is very much focused on having consistent, similar definitions, but I have been explaining to the PIOB, and we will keep doing so, that not everything can be equal, because if we do so, we will pay a significant price for it in terms of the consistency of the standards themselves. We will thoroughly explain where it is different, why it is different, but for the benefit of the quality of the work that we are doing. It's not their definition is worse, it's just that we cover different scopes. We have different purposes in terms of what we are doing. So we understand that it would be easier to have the same definition, but it would not be, according to our discussions, the best solution sometimes in the public interest. In addition, it's important to note what Laura mentioned about the effort that is being done to get closer, that two boards have more consistent definitions, but still, I'm not sure that it is the right approach or objective to at all costs have the same definition. So this is to say that it's important that the board feels comfortable with this, and if not, that comments are made so that we can work on that. Sadia.
So I would like to support the task force with not changing that to subject matter information. More than just keeping it technical, I think it could be confusing because only 4B uses that term at the moment and then it's defined. I think if you explain that in the extension memorandum, it's a more substantive point than rather just understanding. I also note that the definition of the IAASB is out for exposure and ours will be out for exposure, and I'm sure we'll learn from each other. So I also support not aligning it at the moment.
Thank you, Sadia. Mark.
So firstly, I'm supportive of the definition that the task force proposes. I think one of the challenges for us is that sustainability information will continue to change and change quickly. And one of the things that I'm very mindful of is that although the initial focus of sustainability information has been very climate and environment related, it will expand into wider ESG reporting. And I think the definition that's there, and in particular that's there in bullet B and in A1 is very helpful in that respect. So I think that what's there will not date quickly, and I think that's an important consideration.
Thank you, Mark. Begonia.
Well, Gabriela, you already said what I won't say. We would have preferred to have common definitions. We understand that sustainability information is not a clear thing. It has different angles, but we find it at the same time difficult to understand that the IESBA and the IAASB have not been able to agree in a definition that is provided at the same time. It's not that one was prepared X number of years ago, the other is a new definition, therefore they are different, but it's something that is appearing at the same time by two boards that are trying to achieve the same public interest objective, which is having good information, and then it sounds strange. Indeed, if you can explain that in the explanatory memorandum, that's all I can say, but we would have preferred to see same definition. That's the only thing I want to insist. Thank you.
Thank you, Begonia, for reinforcing that approach. I hope that until we get to the end of this project, we are still able, when I say we and the IAASB able to make some agreements. But anyway, I'd like to reinforce and leave that for consideration also for the PIOB, that the scope of the definition is not the same. We have reporting and assurance. And if we were going to accept technicalities introduced in our definition, certainly it might not work for reporting. And this, besides other considerations in terms of profession agnostic and these kind of things that we are being required to do. So we'll do our best, but in two senses, in getting as close as possible, but also in explaining as well as possible what this is about and why it is not, why it is different and has to be probably different from the IAASB. The fact that it's being issued at the same time does not make the scope the same. And so we are still dealing with this dilemma of, well, it's at the same time, it's about sustainability, but we are different in terms of what we are trying to address and required to address. So this is, we are taking that comment very seriously and working very much on that, but we will have to see where the limits are in terms of how much we can stretch this definition to meet that desire without compromising the quality and the profession agnostic nature of the definition. So work in progress. Chana?
I also support where the task force has landed. I think the issue we have in trying to align with the IAASB is they keep bringing back this subject matter information, which is, I think, accountants find it hard to understand what it is. And some auditors would struggle as well. And we are trying to say that this part 5 is professionally agnostic. So I find this quite easy for a layman to understand. And as Mark says, this is much more evergreen. So on that basis, happy to have a difference with IEESB and support this definition. Thank you.
And if you're saying, China, that some auditors would struggle with that concept, imagine the non-auditors, the non-professional accountants. And again, we are trying to be professional agnostic, but framework neutral as well. So this has to fit with any possible framework, which also, I think, concurs to this conclusion. So any other comment? Is everybody comfortable with what we have now here? This is really a central topic, so I'd like to be sure that everybody agrees with this. Okay, thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. I would now pass the floor to John to go through 5C and 5D. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Laura. I'll just share my screen. Sorry, maybe I got the wrong. Sorry, I'm just having an issue with the sharing. Just bear with me a sec. Sorry about that. Okay, I think before lunch we should be able to work through the consequential and conforming amendments. And again, just following the same process as Laura has done. So we will work our way through all the consequential amendments, and I'll just point out the main changes. Again, the markups from September are marked up as yellow. There are a couple that are marked up as green, which has just happened subsequent to posting. So we'll just work our way through those. So the first one is to 100.8, and those are to pick up the references to the ETGA breaches to the independent standards, but also the equivalent ones in Part 5. In Section 120, just minor amendments to reflect the changes to the name in name to Part 5 and other minor editorials. Section 260 is again just to pick up changes to be consistent with those in Part 5 and the reference to the international independent standards in Part 5. Similarly, in Section 300, just changes to reflect the changes to the name of Part 5 and also to include the reference to the professional accountants in public practice in that last dot point or bullet point there, just for consistency with the drafting and the other bullet points. And also in Section 360, it's just changes again for consistency to the cross-referencing to the international independent standards in Part 5. So I'll just pause there and just see if there's any comments in relation to the proposed conforming and consequential amendments.
Thank you, John. Any comments from the board members? No? Thank you.
Okay. So did we want to pause there for lunch?
Well,
Before we
yes.
start reporting? No, I'm just because we're now going
Okay.
into the reporting section.
Okay, so we still have 20 minutes, but I think that we can pause 20 minutes
Okay,
earlier. if you prefer to have the session all in a row and start a little bit earlier.
I'm not fussed. I was just, yeah,
Sorry?
I'm not fussed. I just thought I'd check if you wanted to try and get it all in one session.
I wonder if we could just keep going, actually.
Okay, I was just like.
Ken has a different view.
I was going to suggest it all depends on whether the food is there.
So with that threat, I think it's better to keep it going. We can check. So.
Okay, well, we can smell it. Yeah. Okay, well, Christian is saying yes, it's there. So.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're supposed to have a task force meeting at lunch. I'd rather we keep going. Jeff, isn't that what you were getting to? Yeah. So the more we get the comments, the more we can get accomplished is what I was getting at.
Oh, I see.
Well, I'm fine with any option. So if it's the preference of the task force, of course. So we will go for another 20 minutes, 21.
All right, no problems. Thanks. So yeah, just obviously just reiterating what Gabriella said at the start, that we're now looking at the extant code and revisions to the extant code in relation to incorporating aspects around sustainability reporting and to ensure it remains relevant and applicable for sustainability reporting. And again, the markups are in yellow from what was at the September meeting, incorporating our responses to comments at the September meeting, as well as advanced comments that were received in October. And again, we'll just follow the same approach. We'll work through each of the sections and then just pause and see if there's any comments on those. So in section 100, the only change is just to 100.3. We're actually wanting to revert back to the drafting at the September board meeting in that instance. So that's the only change in section 100. So I'll move on to section 200. Only one minor change in a couple of paragraphs there to 200.6A1E, just to use a more narrower example in those two bullet points there, more consistent with the extant drafting. So maybe I'll just pause there before we go to section 220, which is where the more substantive changes are, and just to see if there's any comments or.
Okay, thank you, John. Any comments? So you can move on to the next section.
Yeah. So yeah, section 210. Sorry, there's no changes from the September board meeting. So just moving on to section 220 on the preparation and presentation of information. In 220.3A2, there was an amendment there to pick up on a IESBA participant's comment around making sure that paragraph is broad enough for sustainability reporting to capture things like services and products. There are just some minor editorial changes to R220.4 to address some comments from board members. The example in 220.4A1, a number of amendments have been made to that paragraph to address comments from the board members at September, as well as some advanced comments. So around that was around addressing some comments around greenwashing and making sure that the example addresses that. Also where there might be the inclusion of false information to seek to mislead others, and some other various adjustments which have been set out in the comment box. Paragraph 220.4A3, the original drafting had referred to without assessing whether there are deficiencies in the accuracy and quality of the supplier's data. So there was a bit of discussion around that at the September board meeting, and the workstream 2 took that away and looked at some of the provisions around objectivity, undue reliance, also around inquiring mind, and with the inquiring mind having to look at considering the source relevance and sufficiency of the information. So we incorporated that instead of so as to link back to existing material rather than creating a potential unrealistic threshold for the PAs. In 220.5A1, there's been various amendments to the examples around consistency of drafting for extant with the extant examples. We've removed one of the examples which is already incorporated in the 8th bullet point there, which was a similar sort of example. So we've taken that one out. And the forward-looking example, we've looked to address a lot of the comments that came out at the September board meeting, but to make sure that we maintain the intent that it's broad enough to cover both financial and non-financial information. And then the other sort of main change in section 220 is in which is in 220.11A1 and mainly through workstream 2 discussions there, we wanted to rearrange some of the content so that we could maintain a couple of the bullets as per the extant application material, and also just to streamline that second bullet point. So I'll pause there on section 220 just to see if there's any comments on the proposed changes.
Thank you, John. Chana?
In 225A1, if you can go there, John. It's just a editorial. If you keep going in the bullet point, which talks about determining the timing of disclosures, achieving a favorable presentation. I don't think you need apparent because it's a better outcome in order to mislead. You could delete apparent for the task force's consideration. I see Crystal laughing.
Okay.
Yeah, the initial proposition was without apparent, and the board discussion led us to see how and where should apparent come in.
So yes, that was added to address a board member's comment.
Hopefully not mine.
That's all right. We'll have another think about that. Thanks, John.
Well, any other comments?
Sorry, John, if I just go back on that point, I think when it was raised in September, why it was suggesting apparent or a similar word is that it's not necessarily an actual better outcome, but a perceived better outcome in order to mislead. I think that was the...
So probably the word perceived is better than apparent, because I think I was not going to say anything else because the board seemed comfortable, but the word apparent here may create the perception that we just want to have to provide an appearance of something. So I think perceived is much better than apparent, if I may.
And then you don't need better. You can say presentation or perceived outcome.
Could we argue that a better disclosure to get to a perceived worst outcome is a bit troubling? Yeah. Again, why would an issuer give
So you want to retain better, is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just that a perceived outcome, there is always perceived outcome. So which one is problematic?
Okay.
No? Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, John?
Okay, thanks, Gabriel. Okay, so section 240, there were no changes from the September meeting. .3A4. So we removed the reference to the sustainability assurance engagement that's subject to the scope of Part 5 independence requirements because it's internal, but also to be consistent with the reference in 220.9A2. Section 300.6A1B as a minor amendment there, which is consistent with the change that was made to Part 5. Uh, 300.7A4A, just some minor amendments at the lead into that to refer more back to the preparing and presenting sustainability information, section 220, and just some other editorial changes there. Um, 310, again, just a change for consistency with the wording into section 220. .3A4. Sorry. 3A4. Again, we've just removed the reference to suppliers and customers due to the definition of value chain, which has been incorporated now. 320.9A1 is just a narrow example, which is consistent with the extant examples there. And I'll just pause there because I can see one comment come up.
So one comment, John, and it's just in respect of 310.4A1. In the final bullet, it says preparing or presenting sustainability information for a client while also being a board member of a sustainability advocacy group. I don't know necessarily whether many of them are so formally constructed as to have boards. So it might just be better to say being a member of a sustainability advocacy group.
Okay, thanks, Mark. And 330, no changes from September. So that takes us to the end of those. So yeah, any other comments?
Any other comments? Luigi?
Can you, just with reference to the Mark's comment, just understand if I correctly understand, what would be the final correction? Because I wonder whether it is too broad, because advocacy group may mean thousands and thousands of people.
So my rationale, Luigi, was just that saying a board member implies that they have sort of a formal structure, but many of them don't have a formal structure. They're just collections of people. So I propose just deleting the word board, but I do recognise that then makes it a wider consideration.
No, and I agree with the concept of the board. I wonder whether just deleting the board, the word board, this would mean that we have an explosive situation, not manageable in certain situations. So I wonder whether we could make instead a reference to a more generic governance body or something like that. Because at the end, if you are a member, just let's say one of the many thousand, I don't think it is an issue.
Thanks, Luigi. I was going to make a similar suggestion around governance.
With leadership roles or something like that.
Yep.
Okay, any other comments? Luigi, do you still have something? No. Okay, so John, shall we stop for now? Now, so let's stop now for lunch, and we will get back at 1:50. Okay, 50 minutes past the hour. Very generous. Okay, okay. This is not yet Christmas, but we are giving even more time. So let's get back at 1. Sorry, at 2. No, because I know that everybody loves being here. So I was inviting everybody to kind of speaking seriously. We'll be back at 2. Okay, welcome back. I think that the board members are all here. Well, we are still missing Rich, but in the interest of time, I think that we should start. So, Christelle.
Thank you, Chair. So during the lunch, the work stream 2 worked on the observation of the board expressed this morning. So we would like to travel you on our answers at this stage, because we have time for that. Laura? Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just sharing my screen here to go through how the workstream 2 plans to address the comments that we received from the board earlier, and thank you for those comments again. So the first comment was, it's actually before this one. It was here on 5100.2b letter B, instead of saying may be applied, to make it more obvious that this is an encouragement. We will do that. This requires a little bit of drafting because we need to change the leading, but just to let the board know that we will do it for the turnaround version. Then the following comment is in respect of this example, still in the same paragraph, the example regarding tax planning services. We acknowledge the comments. The reason for including it and our proposal to leave it here is that so this is about the encouragement for non-PAs to apply the code in specific circumstances. So the leading sentence ends with this includes circumstances where the practitioner, and then we have a couple of examples leading back to the sections that we have in the extant code. For instance, this first one relates to section 220 on the preparation of or presentation of information. The conflicts of interest is 210, I think. The inducements, again, I don't know the sections by heart, but these are all sections in part 2. And this would be 380. And we considered expanding this example to include, as suggested, other services. The thing is, the leading of this paragraph is all about those other services, right? Because we are talking about, sustainability assurance practitioners who might perform professional activities, have professional and business relationships that are not covered by this part. So it's everything else that they do. And so our proposal would be to leave this example here as it is.
So maybe in the explanatory memorandum, because I can see how the word includes in the lead-ins includes other things as well. I can sort of read it in that way. But maybe in the explanatory memorandum, if you can provide some explanation that while this one points out tax planning, that it could also apply, you could use it for other services as well. And then I think that would get the message across, because while we are very familiar with the code and how to read it, non-accountants would not be as familiar to think that other things are also included.
Okay, thank you for the suggestion that the task force will consider. Laura.
Thank you. So the following comment relates to the location of this section 5270. So the workstream also considered the best location and the comment that was provided. One thing that we considered is that one of the objectives of part 5 is to mirror the same numbering that we have in the extant code, especially for to aid professional accountants who are familiar with the extant code and the numbering of the provisions to find the equivalence. If we move this section, we will have to change the numbering as well. And that's why the work stream's preference would be to leave it here where it is. If the board still prefers to move this section, our suggestion would be to move it to the end of the ethics standards in part 5. And so it would be after the new section on tax, the new section on experts, probably create a new section 5391.
Do you want to stop to collect some comments? Okay, comments from the board on this proposal? No comments? Yeah, so I can assume that.
Okay, thank you. So in this section 270 on the pressure to breach fundamental principles, the comments regarding that we should keep at least the reference to external auditors when the practitioner is considering escalating the matter within the firm. Just a point for context, so this section 270 is a bit of a stranger in the middle of part 5, because part 5 relates to the relationship with the sustainability assurance client, right? It's a service provided to a client, and 270 or 5270 mirrors a section that is included in part 2, and that applies to professional accountants in business. And so it's the relationship with their employing organization that, when it comes to PAPPs, is the relationship with the firm, and so and the same happens in part 5. So we are talking about a section that does not relate to the relationship with the client, but with the relationship with the firm. And so we are talking here about escalating the matter to the internal or the external auditors of the firm itself, not of the sustainability assurance client. Taking this into consideration, the workstream 2 considered or believes that there is at least a theoretical possibility that within the context of a sustainability assurance engagement that is being provided to a client, pressure to breach the fundamental principles might have an impact on the financial statements of the firm. Might be a bit of a stretch, but might be a theoretical possibility. And in that context, it might make sense to escalate the matter to not only the external auditors, but also to the internal auditors of the firm. And so our proposal here is to retain this bullet, and just to mention internal or external auditors. And I would stop here.
So going back to the original drafting?
Well, it was not the original, because we withdrew it quite early in our drafting. But the point is, it doesn't make really sense to come back with only the external auditor, because then you ask yourself why not the internal auditor if it is one of these remote cases that might happen. And if it is a remote case, well, it might also be that there is an internal audit available, and it is a practice. So our preference was, as it is examples, not to have them, because it's really stretched approach. We are speaking about an SAP that has a business with a client. He receives pressure from his management to do things that could harm the business or the financial situation of the firm. Yeah, there are elements here for escalating. Then there are elements on the whistleblowing systems, etc. So, but it's just I took the symmetric with what is the external auditor expectation from a commercial agent in a audit client? Is there an expectation that this commercial, having pressure from the management to do something within the relation with the customer, should report to the external auditor? To me, there is no expectation from the external auditor. There is no such procedure within the firm, the companies. Generally, in business, you have whistleblowing lines, internal, eventually internal auditor, etc. But generally, whistleblowing line and management line, right? So I was a little bit puzzled with this. Okay, we're bringing it back. May I remind you that we are here importing a section that in the extent code is applying both for PAIB and PAPP, and in the drafting, some things might not concern the PAPP, but they are not excluded. It's speaking to both population, whatever is pertinent, appropriate for them. So my preference would be not to have it. And if we should have it both, because both could exist.
Thank you for the additional explanation, and see if there are any comments about this suggestion to take the internal and external auditor again in the proposal. Is the board fine with that? Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. So the next comment is in the equivalent text section, and that paragraph that mentions the reputation and commercial consequences to the client and the profession, and whether or not we should delete the reference to the profession. So again, as a way of context, and as Sadia pointed out, we have deleted all references to the profession in part 5. Again, because this project involves a shift of focus. We are no longer talking about a profession, we are talking about the provision of a service. And so, and taking into consideration that the providers of this service might not belong to a profession in the traditional sense, might not belong to a regulated profession. And so focusing on the service was the priority. And all references to the profession, and especially in the fundamental principles, where we had, for instance, the discredit of the profession, we have replaced those references with the discredits of or the impact, or how the public trust in sustainability information that is subject to assurance is affected. So instead of talking about the profession, we talk about the public trust in the sustainability information subject to assurance. And so to be consistent, this would be our alternative drafting. However, the workstream 2 has discussed this possibility and proposes not to use this alternative and just not mention the profession in this paragraph. Because if we look at this paragraph, and especially the second half of it, this last sentence, this only refers to the client, not the profession. So the first paragraph, the first sentence mentions the client and the profession. The second sentence only refers back to the client. And the impacts for the profession, which we can say that what's underneath this, what's implicit here is the public interest, are already covered by the previous paragraph, the requirement when we talk about the way that stakeholders might view the arrangement. And so we are talking about a paragraph that is application material. We are saying that that those consequences might relate. We talk about the client and the public interest that is subject that underpins this service and this project would be implicit here in this previous paragraph. And I would welcome comments.
So the suggestion at the end is to leave it as it was. Okay. Hector, please.
It makes sense to rely on the first paragraph, I understand. Maybe you want to add in the first paragraph or discredit the provision of assurance of sustainability information. It talks about the perception of stakeholders, but maybe you want to talk about the discredit of the service itself. I don't know if I'm not reading it right, but just as a compromise.
Okay, thank you, Christelle. Hector, Chana, please.
So, I mean, I think we have a real life situation now about the damage it does to the profession in respect of tax matters in Australia now, which has been running for nearly 9 months or more. So this is a real life situation. So, I mean, I'm still hesitant on the deletion of the profession. Maybe the other option is to say stakeholders, reputation of the client, and I don't know, draft on the fly, reputation client and stakeholders of a prolonged dispute.
I'm sorry, Chana, is your suggestion to replace "and the profession" with stakeholders?
Well, if the task force is not happy to keep that, or as Andy said, relevant professions or something like that to make it more generic. I'm not fussed just because we deleted the profession in all the other places that we need to get rid of it here as well. So the alternative I'm suggesting, a bit along the lines of Hector, is you build something talking about the reputation of the client and then bring in like other stakeholders in the ecosystem. I mean, I'm just giving a suggestion for the task force to consider.
So if I may add, when we talk or when we think about the profession and how it translates into part 5 and the provision of sustainability assurance, I think we're not talking, and we heard the comments about we don't have a profession per se right now, but it might evolve and we might have it in the future. We might, of course, but I think we are talking about more about service providers rather than a profession per se when we talk about sustainability assurance. So, and I think it's important not to confuse the two, because service providers are not necessarily or do not form a profession.
I mean, I think we should get hung up about the profession because, I mean, already CFA is running courses on ESG and things. It's just a matter of time before there is a profession for sustainability. And it might happen by the end of next year.
I have doubts on that, that there will be a profession. I think that the trend amongst the younger generation is to forget about words as career, profession, etc. They do things. They have sometimes jobs, and even that it's a little bit. We had that conversation time ago. So I have many doubts that there will be a profession, whatever it is for the. Anyway, this is speculation about the future, and I think we have to solve it now with the knowledge that we have. Well, I see that there is still some discomfort with leaving this out, but also some discomfort with keeping focus on the profession. So that what I would say was as a halfway solution to again reflect a little bit on something along the lines that Hector has suggested, be it putting it on the first paragraph more clearly that this may impact the service, or on the second one, I don't know, but well, I don't know. Let's we still have comments. Andy, please.
And thanks, Chair. I'd have a. I'm not responding favorably to changing the first paragraph because we're just issuing this and we're trying to conform for this. So I think your comments are fine, but we're actually just issuing this. So for that reason, I would say let's leave that requirement alone. On the other hand, when I initially proposed relevant professions, I certainly put a little bit of a cold water on it. I think I'm now liking more relevant professions, because if they're not relevant, it doesn't count. But if there are relevant professions, it does count, as opposed to the substance of what the task force and the board approved with this particular application guidance was to operationalize stakeholders. And they might view it from both the entity that's doing the tax paying as well as the entire profession that's providing the tax planning advice. So I would love the task force to relook at relevant professions and see if we can live with it. And then it was, as Sanjeev pointed out, we do have professional judgment all throughout this, and we're professionally agnostic. So I think perhaps we're being just a little too precise with the profession definition, because I think in general you're using professional judgment, professionally agnostic. So I think I think amongst these things, I would love the task force to think about relevant professions. I don't have anything else for them.
We have a suggested solution we'll take back and we'll work on. We think we can accommodate. It would say something to the effect of implication is the reputation of the client, a profession, or group of service providers from a prolonged dispute with ... A profession, a group of a service provider. Well, we can work on that.
Yeah. No, I'm reacting positively to that, but I would not refer just to a profession, because we have to make it relevant to this section. So to the relevant profession, absolutely, or a group of practitioners or whatever. But I was going to come in very quickly, if I may, and I think this suggestion, in fact, could be a reason for non-PAs precisely to adopt this section, because what we're saying is, if you do this in effect will help you enhance your profession, your reputation, etc. However you might want to couch it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Laura.
That's it. Okay, so we also had time to address one of the comments on the changes to the accent code to reflect the reporting considerations. Let me just put it on the screen.
So while Laura's putting that up, the example we were looking at was in 220.5A1, which is examples of ways in which discretion might be misused to achieve inappropriate outcomes. And there was the example around determining the timing of disclosures of sustainability information. There was discussion about the inclusion of a parent and whether that should be removed or whether it should be the wording of perceived. We discussed this in the work stream meeting just before, and we think it's clear with the lead-in that it's already around coming up with an inappropriate outcome, and also it's around in order to mislead. So we were looking at rewording that to achieve a more favourable presentation or outcome. So to remove both better and apparent, because it's obviously already around misleading and being inappropriate. So we think that would be the better outcome.
Okay. Comments? No comments? Oh, sorry, Gavin.
Excuse me, the last part of that, then in order to mislead, is that going to be deleted as well?
No.
No, you're going to keep that. Okay.
It is because this was added that we feel good to stretch a little bit the before and say more favorable presentation or outcome in order to mislead. So I think we still have 1 point brought up this morning, plus some written comments that we received from a few board members to address. We do not feel it's going to be a big challenge to share that in an easy way with the board by next week for the virtual, or maybe before. What's the...
So we plan to post the turnaround papers by the end of this week.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. It's the
so the last sorry, the last point that we wanted to share with you today on the sustainability was about what we have prepared on the topics and questions to include in the sustainability explanatory memorandum. Just like, well, we worked on some aspects with workstream 1 as a task force to suggest that globally this EM should include a maximum of 15 topics, not to be too broad, covering both ethics and independence matters, with the possibility of sub-questions, okay, under each topic. I think Workstream 1 did not have a chance to elaborate on their proposition that were in the documents posted for the board, but we also discussed as a task force whether there was a pedagogic benefit to have 1 or 2 EDs to answer to the question of understandability, complexity, etc. One on the IESA, part 5, and one on the changes to the extent code to reflect sustainability reporting consideration for professional accountants. But we propose to discuss this with the board during the virtual meeting next week and not today. It's worth noting that the glossary applies to the whole code, and some definitions like sustainability information or professional activity are relevant for both assurance and reporting and related definition. So it is included as an appendix to the board agenda item 5.2, what we are going to discuss. The wording of the questions is not final, and will be further revised following our discussion today. Therefore, what I would suggest is that we focus our discussion on the list of topics and use our first list of questions maybe as an illustration when it's relevant. This preliminary list does not include general overarching questions such as the one relating to translations, effective dates, etc., which are usual in an ED. And it is structured around 4 chapters. If we put ourselves in the idea of a single ED, okay. Chapter 1 would relate to the new part 5, IESA. Chapter 2 would relate to the revised glossary. Chapter 3 to the consequential and confirming amendments resulting from IESA. But at this moment, we don't have questions on that chapter 3. And chapter 4 on the revisions to part 1 to 3. So I propose to go through our proposition and to stop for your input and questions after each chapter, maybe. So this means a bunch of questions or topics when we go through the chapter 1. So the topic number 1 would include the presentation of the background and objectives of the sustainability project. There is a lot to say on that, notably reminding the IOSCO call for professional agnostic standards, which led us to focus on the service, not on the professionals performing this service. On the fact that we aim at a framework neutral standard. Also the objective of responsiveness of the standards to the public interest and considering the PIF characteristics that would be explained. The fact that we intend to develop guidance for those not familiar with the code to assist with the application of part 5. So would be an information included here. So the questions that we developed around this first focus point could cover both ethics and independence. And would be, do you agree that the proposal in chapter 1 of the ED are responsive to the public interest, and considering the priorities given by IOSCO, etc. Do you agree that the proposal in chapter 1 of the ED, particularly the examples, are professional agnostic and framework neutral? This is the type of question to illustrate what I just said. Topic number 2 would address the scope issues. It would include different explanations for ethics and independent scope, of course. Although both scopes could be treated in the same section. Regarding the scope of ethics standards, we would remind that it covers all sustainability engagements, assurance engagements, plus other services to the assurance client. And we would explain the encouragement for those who are not PAs to use the rest of the code. And so type of questions that we could ask for that would be, do you agree with that we achieve this that we achieve, sorry, do you agree that we cover all sustainability assurance engagements as well as other services provided to the same client, to the assurance client? Do you agree with this scope? And other question could be, is the proposed scope for ethics standard clear? And if not, how could we make it clearer? Topic number 3 on this chapter 1 again would be to explain the structuring of the part 5. So the fact that we are proposing the equivalence of part 1, 3, and 4A of the extent code. Why there is not a full equivalence with the part 2, and we will propose some focus point on that. The need for a single version of the truth in terms of language, for interpretation and enforceability, and also our choice for numbering and why some paragraphs were left blank. So explaining how we drafted it, right? And we would ask that if Stakeholders agree that we propose standards that are equivalent to the ethics and independence standards for audit engagements. And then the topic number 4 would present the other introductory provisions that we put in part 5. The need for the SAPs to have adequate skills, expertise, in extent be professionals, also not necessarily belong to a regulated profession. We would explain also the structure of the introduction of section 5100. At this stage, we do not have specific questions. It's explanation of the objective of these introductory additional paragraphs. Topic number 5 would explain why part 5 includes an equivalent section 270 on pressure to break the fundamental principles, and why it does not include an equivalent section 321 on second opinion. And so we would ask if we have the support of stakeholders on these choices. We would, sorry. Then we have a topic number 6 on NOCLA that would address the fact that part 5 covers laws and regulations only, not the voluntary commitments and representations. It also excludes the value chain in a consistent manner with the provisions of extant NOCLA, and to what extent it is comparable. It would also present the communications between auditor and SAP that we have elaborated, and vice versa. So it has also an impact on part 3 and not only on part 5. And the changes proposed in extant part 2. So the question would be around, do you agree on the new requirements to communicate between auditor and SAPs? And do you support expanding the scope of extant requirement for PAIBs to report not only to external auditors, but to the SAPs? On this chapter 1, we also will have sort of other matters to cover also the consequential and confirming amendments in chapter 3. So we have prepared 2 questions at this stage. Do you agree that the examples in chapter 1 of the ED are clear and adequate from a sustainability assurance perspective? And if not, which ones and what suggestions do you have to make them clear or more adequate? And are there any matters or other matters that you would like to raise in relation to the remaining provisions that we did not address specifically? Regarding the revised glossary, which would be the chapter 2 of the ED, we propose 2 focus points to share the debates we had at the IESBA on professional activity and sustainability information. On professional activity, we would explain the proposed changes, acknowledging this is a definition used by PAOs for training and qualification purposes, but we don't have any specific question at this stage. On sustainability information, we would explain the IESBA draft and why the part definition and description. Explain also the degree of alignment with the ISA 5000. So it would be expressed in our exposure draft. And we would ask if stakeholders support the definition of sustainability information, taking into account the definition of sustainability matters and sustainability information in IESB's ED. And if not, why not? Maybe I stop here with this part. So these two chapters, they cover what Laura went through this morning. I don't know if board members would have suggestion of, did we miss an important element that should be included in terms of explanation, help to buy in, or on these, so on IESA ethics part for the moment and on the glossary? Or do you feel we address it correctly? We want to be lean in this ED, so the more we add, which is sort of just for the state of being complete, maybe would be the enemy of having people going really through our explanatory memorandum.
Okay, thank you very much, Christelle. I think this is very useful for the board to have an anticipated understanding of how you are projecting this document. And I fully agree with you that it is critical to have a very lean, clear document. And even if sometimes that may cost a little bit in terms of the amount of information and items and etc. But of course, I'd like to hear the board members about that. Does everybody agree with this? Yes, Begonia.
It's about 2.2 scope of independence standards, that work stream number 1. I don't know if I can make the question now. So I guess that it would be also good that the decision to keep these high relevant engagements in part 5 while the others are in part 4B is done. So a question asking if the stakeholders agree with this, or if they think it should be done differently, and if the independence requirements are understood, they are different and they should be different, something along those lines, to understand their views about this distinction and the impact in the independence requirements, both things. Thank you.
To remind, we're going through the part that the work stream 2 has proposed, and we felt it would be good to let you know that some caption will be common, but in the appendix of the cover note from work stream 1, which is 5.1, I think, agenda item 5.1, you have already a proposition of a question from work stream 1 on that, and the type of explanation they propose to include. But this is the principle, yeah, what we aim to do.
Okay, thank you. Sadia, please.
Thank you, and I appreciate you all sharing this breakdown with us. It allows us some engagement before we do it offline. I want to say that it reads well. It reads like something we used to, but I appreciate that this exposure draft might be answered by people that aren't familiar with the code. And I was wondering if you'll had anything planned to allow ease of replying to this exposure draft. So not only touching on things that have changed, but actually, if you were reading it for the first time cold. Formulating questions in an exposure draft is important for 2 reasons. The first one is that it allows people to respond and engage, but it also allows the board with time to be able to assess whether we've done what we set out to do. And in that nuance, I really appreciate that everything has been covered. The one thing was we've had some discussions of whether to include things, not include things. The ones that were on the fence, you might want to ask a question. And then the last one is the length of this exposure, the call for comment and the expansion memorandum. I think that we must emphasize the reading of the ED rather than the EM. wherever possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Sadia. Andy.
Yeah, no, thank you, Task Force, for putting this together to look at, and it is very comprehensive, but I am scared about the interaction we're going to get, and Sadia's counsel about how they will interact with this. And part of this is this really hasn't been a consideration I've given with other exposure drafts, but is there a way to find out, for example, how do you plan to use this code? Have you used other codes? Certain sort of census information. Is there something missing from this code that you need to make it operational for you? I think that's embedded in some of these questions, but there seems to be an opportunity if we have for people to say, I can't use this, I will use this, I'll use something else. I don't know if that's resonating with anyone, but it seems like if we got an audience, we could ask them some stuff like that.
Thank you very much for that, Andy. I think it's an important suggestion, and I'll get back to that, but then I want to listen to the board members first. Any other comments? Ken?
Just in reaction, I think I'm responding positively to this suggestion, and I think if we go in that direction, I would really address the questions to the target audience. So in this case, it would be in effect the non-PAs, because they are the ones who are going to be using these new provisions, as opposed to asking a blanket question to anybody and everybody. Because for the PAs, of course, they're not going to address this question. But if we have perhaps a dedicated section addressed to the non-PAs, and then we can come up with the tailored questions for them.
Thank you, Ken. No more questions. So let me just make a comment. It's probably more, it would probably be more appropriate in the session tomorrow morning, but I think that I need to anticipate it. As you draft this explanatory memorandum and the exposure draft and etc., we will have to have in our minds all the time to whom are we directing this consultation. And we have been discussing that with respect to the outreach and etc. And one thing is for sure, the profession, whatever, will respond. They are familiar to this. It's going to make changes what they do. So it's more or less clear that we will have them responding as they usually do. What we have to be particularly concerned is about those who we want them to respond, but they usually don't. And I'm speaking not only about non-professional accountants, which is an important group, but also other types of entities, I don't know, international organizations, the World Federation of Exchanges, OECD, you name it, how many, who we will try at least to get their attention to this piece. And in that particular, I think it's going to be extremely or particularly important in this exposure draft because it's a different thing, it's new and etc. But to make sure that we explain what's in it and why we are doing that. Because if these entities which are not familiar with the code see, and that's what Sadia, I think, was saying, we are changing part 4B, we are adjusting section 70, they will not respond. So this has to be, I think, substantive enough to allow for some kind of responses, which will not be the kind of responses that we usually get on the technical things and etc., but on the strategic approach, on the usefulness, on how much it meets the needs and etc. And that's for that purpose, this has to have substance in terms of strategy, in terms of objectives, purpose, obstacles, policy, etc., that allow for some kind of different responses, which at the end may not change anything or not we are proposing, but serves the purpose of explaining immediately and raising the attention and education for what we are doing. So I think this is not a normal, usual exposure draft. Well, it wasn't from the start, given the nature and the substance, but it's going to be very different in terms of the audiences that we will want to reach out to. But it's not reach out because we want to count the number of responses. This is not the objective, that we have 100 or 150. I don't care about the numbers. Of course, we care because this is a part of the, but mostly about the diverse nature of the respondents. And for this, there must be something in it for them. And that's also a little bit in line with what Andy mentioned. So I don't have any concrete proposal, so I haven't seen the text. So I trust that this is going to be there. But I'd like to raise the attention immediately now for this need to be focused on the substance and try to avoid, although it will have to be there, this very technical approach. Let's change this, adjust that, and put section. It will have to be there, but we'll have to have something for those who are not familiar to give us a different kind of feedback.
Thank you for these comments. I think they're very useful. I think we should maybe think a little bit out of the usual box, and I wonder if we could have a set of documents and not everything in the EM to address the specific needs of new entrants to the code, to understand what it is, the purpose, why it is structured the way it is structured, and the challenges or whatever, something that is more communicating, by the way, and that could eventually be summarized for support of communication, but that, so, and to have a set of documents that is sent to everybody, but aims to address some specific role without trying to put everything in a document, because otherwise I think we will not reach the objective to make stakeholders understand that they don't have to go through 120 pages of explanation to understand 250 pages of draft. Yeah. You see what I mean? So if this is possible to imagine, I think we could have a route to address this.
I think that we will get back to this topic tomorrow, because we are really going to the communications and outreach, which is linked, which is substantially linked with what we are doing. We can't disconnect them, on the contrary. But I would say the answer would be, or is, yes. Let's see what we can produce, because I really think that for the purpose of the exposure draft or the outreach on the exposure draft, having very short, simple, illustrated whatever documents on each one of the topics or the consultation or whatever, with 1 page, 2 pages. I don't know. You showed me something that you did for No Cloud. I don't know whether, which was at 3 pages. It was already a lot, but something. Well, we'll think about it, and it will depend on the capacity that we will have to produce that.
Maybe I could go to the what we propose to put in the EM regarding the revisions to part 1 to 3 of the extent code on the sustainability reporting consideration. So in topic number 1, we would address the scope of the project on the reporting side, in extent the revision to the extent code at the moment, thus covering PAs only. But we also propose to express the link to the IESBA's new strategic work plan. And on the focus that we have to expand the scope of the code and the phased approach of starting with the development of standards for all preparers of sustainability information. So we propose here to support that with a very open question to get a first input to our next phase, in fact. It would be a first brick to fact-finding, maybe. Topic number 2 would be to present the responsiveness of the standards to the public interest, considering the PIF characteristics, and ask if stakeholders agree with this analysis that we complete the objective of the PIF. Topic number 3 on this chapter would explain the proposed changes to extend section 220, including the addition of examples to cover misleading sustainability reporting, value chain considerations, and forward-looking information, and ask if stakeholders agree we incorporate adequately the sustainability reporting considerations. And finally, we propose also a wrap-up question. Are there any other matters you would like to raise in relation to the changes that we made to part 1 to 3 to reflect better sustainability reporting considerations? So this is this will be lean, but again with some interesting explanation on why we stop here, or not why, but where we stopped and where we want to go.
Okay, thank you, Christelle. Comments? Andy.
Thanks. My mind is exploding with these comment questions. It's very thorough. I don't know how anyone will respond to this, but there's sometimes I go to these big conferences, and then you could select certain tracks, like a fraud tract or a financial statement tract or an auditing tract. And I didn't know if there was some way we could deconstruct this a little bit so that if someone at least wants to look at, a particular item, they could somehow, be deconstructed in some way. Now, maybe that was what was being suggested, but I just see a pile of questions, and we would love for them to go through them all. But you're right; it's a 200-page document with a 100-page explanation, and it's like, well, give me Mount Everest so I could do something easy today.
Andy, absolutely. I don't know if this was what's being suggested, but it was at least what I had in mind very clearly. I mean, we should leave our stakeholders free to answer to which parts of the consultation they think that they will. Also, just starting with the fact that this is a consultation on ethics and independence for preparers and for auditors, we can assume that a preparer will not most probably respond to parts on independence and etc. So, but maybe this, I don't know what's the style, but that maybe this should be made very clear. If there are respondents, people outside of the profession, I don't know who want to respond to the question. How is this code useful to me, or whatever like this? I don't know. I'm just giving an excessive example, but I think that this should be left absolutely to the criteria of the respondent. If he or she wants to respond to everything, great. But if there are selected parts which are more meaningful and to which he or she can provide feedback, I think it's at least that's what I was assuming that was going to happen. If we tell everybody that they have to respond to everybody, I mean.
We are planning to have separate chapters in the ED and also in the EM to make very clear the separation between the topics and the subjects. And so, as Christelle mentioned, we would have chapter 1 for the sustainability assurance standards, chapter 2 for the glossary, chapter 3 for the conforming amendments, and 4 for the reporting considerations.
May I ask you another question? Will you be expecting that anyone responding will respond to the questions, or will it be possible that someone, for instance, sends a letter with a general assessment of what we are doing? That should be also possible, right? Yes, but I think that we might want to make it very clear, because I'm afraid that many people who would like to say something look at the dimension of the consultation and say, "Whoa, I'm not going to respond." Well, we will be happy to accept well, comments on general comments on the proposal. Is that fine?
As far as I know, we receive comment letters, and some of them are generic and some of them go into detail with responses to each question. Yeah.
I'm also responding favorably to what Andy's suggestions. I mean, doing just some mental calculations, we might end up with 400 pages. And so, how does someone sort of look at it and so what do I do? I think we need to think about it from more of a customer's perspective, the people who are receiving this. And so if I'm a preparer of sustainability information, and you have a path of navigating rather than our traditional approach, we could have something in the front which says, if you're a sustainability preparer, go and have a look at these sections. If you're a sustainability assurance practitioner, you go and look at these sections. So some sort of a navigation document right up front, and then right up front, the importance of this. Why should I read this? And we need to, not the traditional accountants, but more from the audience, we need to engage with, we need to take that perspective with this document.
I fully agree with that perspective of looking at it from the customer's perspective. Mark.
So I agree with the comments so far, and I will identify myself as the heretic in the heretic in the room, on the grounds that I think we should set a target for a 15-page explanatory memorandum, no longer. We have to be concise, we have to be crisp. If we produce a very long explanatory memorandum, the answer is no one will read it, apart from the technical teams in the firms who are tasked with, responding on behalf of large professional services firms to the consultation. So I realise that it's slightly sort of turning things on its head, but I think we have to have a very tight limit in, because we recognise that we are really for the first time going out to engage with a group of stakeholders who aren't used to responding to an IESBA consultation, who aren't used to our explanatory memoranda, who aren't used to all of the things that go with it. And indeed, Laurie's just lifting, with the aid of, yes, a truck, her folder. But we do need to keep a really tight limit on it. Otherwise, people won't read and they won't engage.
Well, I don't know if it's 15 pages, but I'm afraid I agree with you, because we don't want them to run away forever the first time that they are in contact with us. I think that this should be an objective as well, and not an objective of 15 pages. But it would be nice, but an objective of being crisp, as you say, short, succinct. Andy.
Yeah, and then, 15 pages. I can't wait. I'll read that. Along with what Janice said, I think putting aside our new customers for the moment, that the PAs, maybe could have a different approach. That could be more a traditional approach to explain what's changed in terms of making sure that the PAs focus in on that. And I think most of my comments were about the new customers and making sure that the new readers, the new providers, the new users, but for the PAs, they ought to have some sort of history.
I really agree with Mark's point, because as I was sitting here thinking about this, we're used to dealing with the code and all the technicalities, and frankly, not as a criticism, but how difficult it is to read at times. And we pore over it, and we have people who pore over it. I think we have to do everything we can to make it as easy as we can for all of this group of people, this is their entry point. I mean, to go from 0 to this is a lot. So I don't have a solution for that, but that's probably one of our biggest risks on this in terms of bringing people along.
Rich, please.
Yeah, I think that all of that is ideal. In fact, if you think about why we did part 5, the way we did it, it's supposed to be place for SAPs to go, regardless of profession, and not worry about the rest. So, even to the point that we take the changes to extant code and put that in a separate document and suggest only PAs might want to pay attention to that. I think, that's kind of part of, I think, when I'm hearing the guided part from Jenna and Andy and others. And then I was actually hoping Andy would write the 15-pager.
Felicia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just not to take back the discussions. I remember when we started all this discussion, said maybe the code, we could rename it and give it another name, not for professional accountants, but call it whatever it is. Is this something that we need to also open to the public so they can give us what they think could be the naming that is appropriate? That's one. The other question is, we've come up with, of course, part 5 in probably one handbook. Is it something that you could say, should this part 5 be a separate element altogether so that we have separate documents that will speak to PAs and non-PAs or something? That is something that you cannot do. Maybe you need to think around those corners because, like Rich says, if you want to navigate the code, and of course you look at part 5, it has 248 pages. So then when you combine it with the existing one, we'll end up with 1,000 pages at some point. So just in terms of structure and in terms of how we name the code, this is something that we need to expose so that people can give us what they think. That's food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. And I don't resist reacting to your intervention. And I'll start with your second comment. I think that was the discussion a long time ago, last year, about a separated part 5 or whatever, integrated. We landed in this option, as you will recall, because there were concerns about the adoption and implementation of a separated code, that it might take some time and that would be a fast track to get where we wanted to get. But I think that we all assume that this in the future can evolve in one of the 2 different directions, into an integrated thing in the future or into a real separated thing, mostly if it keeps on growing as it may happen. So thank you for bringing that, because it's important that this has a history behind. And now that we are making the final decisions, I think that it's important to recall that history. Thanks for bringing it. Thanks for bringing the first topic, because I was waiting to raise it, as half as a joke, half as a real thing. But are we going to include a question about if the name of the code should remain the same? I know that we discussed that before. I tell you that I keep receiving questions in that direction and more ambitious than that. So, I don't know if the board will want to say something about that. I know it's very disruptive. I know it's very much out of the box. But anyway, after all these discussions, I think that we should at least have that in mind, even if we don't make any question, if the board thinks it's not appropriate to think about that at this point. So, thank you. Christelle.
In addition to the point of having different documents, I think now we are not in a world where we have to send boxes of paper, right? So we are in a digital world. So everything we're going to send is digital. So if we make dynamic links that help the stakeholders, depending, of course, we have to explain to them how to navigate, but if we can make it simple for them to go to the elements that are interesting to them and come back, etc. So a structure of the documentation that is sent, that is dynamic, then we will we will win some important steps of comprehension, gaining time, getting straight to the point that you are interested in, etc. And it won't be wasted, because I think it can also be maintained as a tool for the future. I would say that maybe there is something to do in investing in a really digital power there to answer to this question. Otherwise, making it 15 papers, but explaining to newcomers how it is structured, and asking to the others and explaining why we ask them if they agree on the changes, etc. I think it will be, we'll go nuts before it goes out. and so maybe this would be something feasible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the suggestion. I think that we all agree that it would be wonderful. The question is again about capacity, but we can see what is possible. Luigi, please.
Yeah, I think that all the recommendations and suggestions are all available. The problem is aggregate them and consolidate and have a document that could be easily workable. I would not underestimate the need of details, even from those that are expert or they have a reasonable working knowledge of the current code, because we have a very significant number of decisions inside this document, and I think we should explain where the board has taken decision. So on the other hand, I also think that the document is difficult to deal with, not only because it is long, it is details and so on, but also because the structure and the flow of certain logics are not necessarily easily understandable. And so I would really suggest to have, well, I don't know whether the word is the dynamic documentation, but at least to have a visual of the most important decision taken. Like, for example, the one Mark explained this morning, you have DSR, you do not have DSR, you are a component, you are a value chain entity, what's happened. This is something that, which is not really easy to understand for a newcomer, but also for a PA, for everyone. So I think that we need to do as much as possible, not just to have short or long document, but something very effective to give an overall picture of the most significant decision taken, of the most significant, let's say, key point and key new section, also a new approach that we have in this document, because otherwise it would be very difficult to receive, to prepare reasonable and sensible comments that takes into consideration the overall picture.
Thank you very much, Luigi. Sadia.
I just wanted to come back on the digitalization. I think that we might want to ask ourselves the question, does the expansion memorandum have to be in writing? Is there an option to put in embedded videos or those outreach videos that we'll be talking about tomorrow as part of the expansion memorandum, so that it takes away from having to do reading time? The other thing I would do is challenge to see if we can use a digitalization means to capture those comments. Is there a way of preparing a form that allows you to give your comments without having to write a traditional letter, if that is the option you'd want to do? Thanks.
Thank you, Sadia, very much. Begonia?
Well, thank you very much. I think you are achieving here a major step because the code is being open to other professions, and because you are entering into a new field which is new for most of us, which is sustainability reporting. So all this, the two things make that this is a major step, and you need, and it would be good that all these other individuals, practitioners, stakeholders, they have the opportunity to, first of all, to appreciate what you have done. Secondly, to provide the comments in order to learn what they think about that. So all efforts that you make are important and are needed. And I think Sadi just comment about having short videos or iPods or whatever they call them, these things in order to make that available to the people, in order to be able to learn short messages about the most important things. To make them simple, maybe it's not easy, but you have to explain what you have done and why you have done it. So I cannot give you ideas about how to do it, but I think that this is key. It's in the public interest that is information goes to everywhere, and you gather the information in order to achieve what you want. That is that the code is used and is well covers this new field, which is, you already done it, but now it has to go to the audience and be accepted. So I think it's key, but the explanatory memorandum, having different links, hyperlinks from one side to another side. 500 pages is a lot. 15 as an explanatory maybe is short, but something short is needed because otherwise nobody's going to pay attention. But some others will like to read everything. They want to read it, and it's difficult, but they have to do it. So a combination of different things will be needed in order to achieve what you want. And I think it's key. This is a key moment. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Begoña. Yeah, yes, I'm not sure that we can replace an explanatory memorandum by videos, but probably have both, and people choose what they want. Maybe they get so excited with watching the videos that they will read everything, and that's that they are catchy enough. But that's what we must try to do. Ken, Christelle, yes, I thought that she was. Ken, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. For the answer is obvious. And it's hiding in plain sight. I would ask ChatGPT to do it for us.
And then address the ethical challenges that it poses.
I would run the 100-page memo through ChatGPT and not ask ChatGPT to do a 15-page summarization, but a 3-page summarization. Well, I mean, we will try it.
Okay. So, Christelle, I don't know if.
I think we had a very rich discussion. So thank you for the board. I think there is a lot to come to bring back. I think we put the bar very high with this question of being straight to the point, customer oriented, digital, new age, etc. Given that we expect to issue the exposure draft by the end of January, and if I remember well, not having too much of a timing for the answers. So we're discussing tomorrow the question of the communication plan, communication outreach, etc., which is key. But I think there is a key decision to make now on what are the means that we put on the table at this strategic moment for this strategic objective. And that we clearly make decisions with no regret on what we made, what we did, and what we can't do, and why, and how we could maybe do it in a second hand, announcing some elements for a little bit later or whatever. It is very, very key moment, and I think the board suggestions are all very valid, and breakthrough moment. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Christelle. Yes, I think this has been a good start, a good warm up for tomorrow's morning session, which is the segue from this discussion. I'd just like to add something, which is the best or the simpler we can put it, the more our customers will thank us. Don't forget that we will be the last ones in a chain of public consultations on sustainability, ISSB, ESRS, IESB, for some of them, US SEC. So we are the last ones. There is for sure an incredible fatigue from stakeholders. And when they will see this coming out, they will say, oh no, I thought it was over and now I have 40 pages in front of me. So, but that's the reality. That's the reality, and we know what it means in terms of the number of reactions, the interest that it will gather, and the type of comments that we will have. So, showing some respect and consideration to our stakeholders, I think they will thank us and recognize that we are really concerned about them. This is part of our strategic transformation in terms of going out more and more, being responsive to the stakeholders and taking our mission to serve the public interest better. So we can do what we can do. We can't do what's impossible. We have the resources that we have, both human resources and financial resources. They are not illimited, so we can't promise anything. But what I think we can promise is that we will take these very good contributions and proposals and suggestions on board and continue the discussion on this tomorrow. So now,
we're finished. So. Well, in advance.
2 hours in advance.
Yes, 2 hours in advance. So maybe instead of working tonight, some working groups might convene before and finish earlier. I don't know.
Well, I think that's very welcome by everybody. It's the middle of the week. Everybody's getting a little bit tired. So this extra time will be very welcome. And this also gives evidence of the effectiveness of our discussions around so complicated issues and the good work that was done by the task force and by the working groups. Thank you very much for this. Thank you for putting this so clear in front of us, because it was what allowed this very substantive and substantial discussion. And I still wish you a very good work for this afternoon, not for tonight, because we are finishing earlier. So we will restart tomorrow at 9 as usual. See you tomorrow. Have a good rest, good work. Enjoy. Bye-bye.